not ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the date. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect. Hey, hey, hey.
Giant like a titan, ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers, standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we can touch the sky, we can make the sky, we'll make the rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us. Yeah. To the arena, wild animals. Realize we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky. We are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire. We will blow your mind. World dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. take goes the way that we want. There's a lesson in the pressure and the way that we want. A certain act of passing a time of the rising of suns. It's not about what you became, it's about what you can become. And everything I used to think is not a matter of fact. Just don't break, don't be fake, and never sit back. And when they hate what you got, it's just you got what they lack. And when they praising you to your face, keep watching your back.
Antes de llegar al equipo, ya me iba tal vez a retirar, ya empezar a hacer otras cosas de mi vida, porque pues después de lo de Brasil, que fue en el 2024, sentí que competí muy bien y todo eso, pero pues no hubo ninguna oferta pues realmente que llamara mi atención o que pues me motivara, porque después del torneo la verdad sí como que regresó mucha pasión en mí, que es lo que había perdido y por lo que sentí que pues me fue muy mal el último año. Y nada, cuando llegué acá pues como que el grupo, cómo se fue dando todo, la serie esa que ganamos de que íbamos perdiendo 1-2 y luego remontamos a 3-2, como todas esas emociones, pues realmente lo disfruto mucho. Mi última promo relación, he jugado dos, en las dos he ascendido. Quién sabe si en esta hagamos el milagro, existe una posibilidad, no todos lo sabemos. Muchos siempre nos dan por muertos, pero realmente eso también es, en las dos promociones que jugué íbamos como favoritos y pues obviamente ascendimos. Ahora no venimos como favoritos, de hecho pues te podría decir que a lo mejor para muchos somos el peor equipo de los cinco, aunque ya seamos el primer seed de LRN, pero pues nada, o sea, me motiva mucho el venir así de esta forma y no sé, la verdad vengo a disfrutar, a jugar, a divertirme y que así va a ser.
It always means something different to everyone, but for me, if you can consistently prove as individuals, if we can consistently prove we deserve to be there, we've won this NACL with different players now, the three of us twice now, or actually three times now, different mid AD all three times, except the most recent back to back. So I think it just kind of is a sign. I mean, we're able to consistently do it. It's not like it's that much of a struggle, to be honest. So it's just a chance at redemption, a chance to play again. And the longer you take to get back there, I think the less of a chance you have. So to be able to do it yourself now, rather than rely on a team to pick you up or whatever it might be, is just a chance for players who have had either bad starts or bad endings to get another chance and another shot to show what they've got.
The meaning of this tournament, I think, kind of defines our year. Like honestly, like even though we played in LTA, we view this match and this tournament as the most important series and the tournament of our year. I think everything we've done, or like all the improvements we did, even throughout the last split, towards the end, does not mean anything as long as we don't win this tournament. So like we're gonna try to put everything on this tournament, and yeah, like it's a big chance for the challenger teams to beat us and trying to take the LCS spot that we have. But it also means a lot to us as well. So it's a lot of pressure. I've done the relegation tournament before from like OGN days into like even back then in LCS, I tried to qualify and tried to play Dignitas, and I kind of failed. Now I'm on the side of like defending that, so I just have to make sure the tier 2 teams stays in tier 2 so that I can stay in the tier 1. So obviously there's a lot of pressure, but I think that's what makes pretty fun. I hope a lot of people enjoy like this kind of pressure on both teams, trying to like fight for the spot. I think it's always a fun experience.
I want more pro player for next year, over and over. This promotion means if we win, if we can show how strong we are, we can play next year, keep pro player. So we should win. It means a lot for me.
Hello and welcome to day 3 of the LTA North Promotion Tournament, the tournament that will send one lucky team to the LCS for the 2026 season. My name is Marco Rafa Alexander Arambide, joined here by Matthew Cubby David Samuelson, the dynamic Kafa? Have we ever settled on a duo name, Kafa?
No, because they're all terrible. So we just got to move on, you know? It's that or Robbie, and Robbie's not appropriate. So,
I wasn't going to say that, but, we've already crossed that bridge. But welcome, y'all. As we have already seen, 2 days of eclectic action here on the main channel have already broken out, where Estral Esports were able to overcome Conviction Esports, now getting a chance to play against the defending team in Disguise tonight.
Yeah, excited to see Disguise make their first appearance in the LTA North Promotion Tournament. As Luminosity Gaming yesterday has a lot of fans clamoring and wondering if that's going to be the favorite to promote. Disguise has some different thoughts and feelings about that. We'll see what kind of foot they put forward on the Rift today as they make their debut.
As you were mentioning, Cubby, we do have, I believe, actually, before we get into our replays for yesterday between Luminosity and the Tigres, we have our 5 participating teams. This is your first time tuning in to the LTA North Promotion Tournament stream. We got Disguise, our defending team that participated in the LTA North for the 2025 season, alongside Luminosity, Estral, and STM Tigres. Conviction Esports also was in the tournament, but because they were in that play-in stage and lost a best-of-5 against Estral Esports, they will no longer be playing for the rest of the tourney. It is now down to these 4 teams.
Yeah, and honestly, it is one where now that we have seen 4 out of the 5 teams play, it's pretty clear that Luminosity Gaming has been the strongest performer so far. I think that Disguise versus Estral, there's a lot of pedigree over on EST with looking at players like Ghost, like Summit, even Snake and Cody, who were really successful in that home region, right, of LATAM. I mean, some of those successful players that we have seen come out of that region in Solid Snake. I don't think they put up a great performance against Conviction. Going 3-2 with them having a sub and rocking 3 different players going mid throughout the series is not a very convincing win. And in theory, Disguise, they have a big advantage being the team that did compete in that professional league for the year. So we haven't seen them yet, but I think we're going to need to see more from Estral to make today competitive, to see who can face Luminosity Gaming up in the upper bracket final, and who drops and uses one of those double donation lives to find the Tigres in the lower bracket semi.
That's right. And for Estral Esports, the amount of chances that they have remaining is going to run out if they do not get things rolling fast. And one of the big topics that we'll get later on is looking at some of the coordination despite the pedigree that this roster does boast. But of course, as you see from the bracket, Luminosity Gaming was victorious 3-0 over STM Tigres. That means Tigres will now be in the lower bracket for the remainder of the tournament, where Luminosity now awaits their eventual opponent in the winner between Disguise and Estral Esports.
Yeah, and as we dive into the action today, I mean, so far, Rafa, I think we have been given a couple of good games. I would say surprises would probably only be the fact that Conviction went to 5. Results, we haven't been granted that surprise yet. But I think this is one of the more competitive matchups that we could have on paper, given some of the pedigree that we have from Estral versus Disguise, of course, who should be the team advantage being the professional team coming to compete to defend their spot.
And in case you missed out on yesterday's best of 5 between the Tigres and Luminosity, we've got a replay package right here for you, going over some of the best and the most exciting moments of that best of 5. And while games 1 and 3 were fairly dominant in Luminosity's favor, I think game 2 shows the clear distinction of what could have been for the Tigres had the objective setup been a little bit more disciplined when it came to the late game.
Yeah, it was really, I feel like they took so many steps to win that game and then just couldn't put the pieces together in the end. And when you do that against a team like Luminosity Gaming, where, look, I know that we're talking about Disguise being the defending pro team, and they did spend the year in that spot, but Luminosity Gaming has more professional experience on their roster than Disguise does. This is the team that we lovingly called the LTA rejects for a reason, right? The majority of their careers they have spent in Tier 1 play, and when they've been in Tier 2 play, they've won. I mean, the core of this team have won the last 4 splits of Tier 2 they've been a part of across the last 3 years. So, yeah, I mean, this is a team that is fighting to really earn a spot that they felt like would have been theirs, should have been theirs, could have been theirs in a world where the league was either 10 teams or a world where they just got picked up in the offseason over some other players, given that they have spent the majority of their careers at that Tier 1 level. So, look, I thought Luminosity Gaming yesterday, they really played like a team that is a favorite to promote. And while Game 2 wasn't perfect, I mean, that is a game that they might cite moving forward in the tournament for, hey, we played with nerves, we played on that stage. I mean, the stakes of this tournament are so incredibly high playing for that LTA North/LCS spot for next year. So, yeah, I really do feel like Luminosity Gaming put their best foot forward yesterday, even with how close the Game 2 was. That is a stressful situation that you might cite later on for being like, all right, we know we're comfortable in that. We know we can do that again if need be, because that was a big win for them.
And while Zazel had mentioned that this wasn't their first time play against the Tigres, as they had been part of a scrim circle going into playoffs in both of their respective leagues, this was their first encounter on stage. And as many will tell you, stage is a very different environment than when, you know, the pressure and the stakes are not as high in those scrim scenarios. And for the Tigres, they're going to take a lot of lessons going forward into that lower bracket after realizing what can happen even when you have advantages, when you have clear win conditions set up for you and you're still not disciplined in those do or die scenarios, when one mistake can cost everything that you've built up over the course of that game. Luminosity now awaits the winner of Disguise and Astral Esports, which is our best of 5 today. And I want to progress forward into that matchup, Matt, because that is going to be a true test of where Disguise sits after their 2025 season in the LTA.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm excited to see what they look like, because the last time we saw Disguise, they took Cloud9 to 5. And that is something where you look at the year of Disguise, they really struggled to figure things out and put the pieces together as a team. But I think in summer, once Rahel came in, once Darkwings came in, once Coach Ido got to work with that roster, we saw a series against Cloud9 where they had good drafts. I mean, they found some edge in drafts. They played it out well. And the behind-the-scenes rumor is that there were teams that thought Disguise was a middle of the pack, the top half team in the LTA at that time. So I'm just kind of curious, after the long break they've had, obviously they've been practicing very hard to defend their spot, but how do things look on stage? Because that is a pretty big gap to not play a stage game, and definitely game 1, you know, I know as a coach, you're just a wee bit concerned making sure you get off to that fresh, hot start and get back on the right foot before you kind of get into the swing of things, what it's like to play a competitive series.
Yeah, and for Astral Esports, you said it best just a couple of minutes ago. The fact that they were taken to a full 5-game series against Conviction Esports, who weren't even operating on their best foot, considering they had to use a sub, and they were trying to send multiple mid laner choices into Cody, and being able to find a couple of winning combinations working out for their favor means that Astral Esports, I hope the 48 hours after that series ended, something has changed for them if they want to have a fighting shot against Disguise, who had a chance to play against some of the best teams we have to offer here in the LTA North. But as we move forward into this conversation, thinking about some matchups that we have on this team, there's a couple of exciting storylines that we'll get a chance to explore later on, Matt. But I know that one of the things that you wanted to really touch base on was how Disguised were operating after the end of the LTA North season and what it was like trying to maintain that hype, that energize, or the energy that they had after coming so close to overcoming Cloud9 in their last best of 5.
Yeah, as we look at Disguise's roster, we got Castle, XU, Darkwings, Rahel, and Huhi. And I know this is a team where after that Cloud9 game, caught up with Coach Ida before the games today, he said, hey, we took only a couple days off, but we really knew how important it was to come together and start fighting to prep for this. Because no matter what happened at the end of the year, I mean, Disguise could have been attending Worlds, and they would still be playing in this tournament, right? Trying to defend their spot. So they knew that, you know, at least after the series, there was a little bit of at least uncertainty about like how this series actually was. They didn't know like if Cloud9 played bad, if they were that good, and they felt a little bit, you know, lost without the having something to play for immediately. After you take Cloud9 to 5, and you would have been in the swing of things to keep on competing in the finals. But he said after that, I mean, they took a couple days break, they felt refreshed, and now they feel really good going in. And I think Ido has talked a lot about just the vibes of this team. Something that Disguise is doing, speaking of LTA North, they're actually boot camping right now in Toronto at the Shopify Rebellions facility. That's the same facility that Luminosity Gaming were using to prep for the NACL finals. 2 of their members are actually still there. You can see Fake God there with Tactical yesterday on the cam, so probably it's going to look pretty familiar for Disguised. And, you know, I think Ido's talked a lot about being refreshed and the energy being good. This is a team where even in the struggles for Disguised, the team morale and mental was still really high. It was really good from speaking with them behind the scenes. I think it speaks to the 5 guys they have and then the people behind the scenes, too. They could stay positive, and they're going to try and ride that momentum and energy into the day going up against Astral.
And for Astral Esports, if this is your first time witnessing this team here on the tournament channel and you're just a first-time viewer, a lowdown. This roster was built to promote. And I know that sounds pretty mundane, like of course every team is trying to promote, but when you look at the pedigree of every single individual on this team, you have some of the most championed LLA members in Solid Snake and Cody, both being able to win domestic titles. Solid Snake back in 2018 and 2021 respectively on Infinity. Cody, part of that 2021 winning roster with Infinity, as well as the Astral roster that went to MSI and Worlds as well in 2024 alongside Jose Diodo. And then for Tier 1 fans, whether you were watching LCS in the past, Summit, familiar face, MVP in the league with Cloud9, Ghost, former world champion, and of course Winsome, even getting some time in the Tier 1 scene when he was part of that Cloud9 roster, as well as splitting time with Ayla during FlyQuest in 2023.
Yeah, I mean, 4 out of 5 of these players have competed internationally, whether it's Worlds or MSI. And I find it so funny, even going back to the Conviction series, that in a world where we
Winsome, Tier 2 international, by the way.
Oh, all right, Tier 2 international for Winsome. We're not going to talk about how that tournament went, but, you know, for Winsome, he made it there too. So, yeah, I mean, there is real pedigree on this roster when you take 2 of the best local players that you have of all time in the region in Solid Snake and Cody, pair them with an LCS MVP in Summit, pair them with a world champion in Ghost, and bring in Winsome as well, who was kind of in and out of the pro league that we had here, just given where he sits as a player in stock. Yeah, this is a team that is built to promote. And from what we've seen so far, it feels like a team that doesn't play as a team together, just because we have some games or maps where I feel like they can play their draft out, they can win their lanes, they can kind of play the game moving forward like that. But other games against Conviction where I feel like Conviction drafted edges in draft or had a few advantages, or, you know, they got TF Blade on his historical one tricks and the Jax and Aurelia. They floundered in those games and gave Conviction real angles to come back, win. And it didn't look like a series that was going up against 2 teams of 5. It kind of felt like
and that is kind of the reality that we are facing with Astral Esports, unless they are able to clean things up going into this the 5. When we looked at their regular season, as I'm solo camming once we get coming back into the picture, but continuing this conversation, Astral Esports, for those that don't know, did not compete in the LRN in Split 1 or the first half of the year because Isurus had a partnership with Astral Esports down in LTA. So the Astral organization was actually just playing in Tier 1, and then once the partnership ended in mid-June, we had an opportunity for Astral to try and compete in the LRN, which is kind of their home region territory since they were part of La Liga, which is part of the north side of the Latin American region. So Astral Esports say, we want to get into LTA, now LCS for the 2026 season. As Matt said, some of the best players that you can find available to you, fitting the conditions and the criteria that your team needs to fit. And they dominated. They smashed the regular season. But then going into playoffs, SDM Tigres were able to expose that just being some of the best laners that you have available does not always win you games. You need to have that fundamental team coordination. You need to have that proper objective set up. And Tigres were able to best them when it came to that, not once, but twice in both the upper finals and the grand finals.
At least going into today's series, I am expecting much better team play from Disguise versus what we saw against Conviction. So again, some of these concerns for Astral, it's not individual concerns, but we're just going to hope that as a team, they can really step up and make sure that they are playing as that sound, succinct five-man group. Because that's something we didn't see from them in day one. If you want to promote, you want to go up against the likes of an LG that's looking very strong as of yesterday, you're going to have to show better team play. If you want to take down teams that are either coming from the LCS or built of players that were perennially LCS.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that was mentioned on the broadcast earlier in the tournament, probably the first day when Astral was playing against Conviction, we had a chance to sit down and talk with some of the local casters from the LRN broadcast. Shout out to Drago and Professor Koala, who gave us their insight and being able to explain that while, yes, the pedigree of a lot of these individuals are very impressive, the coordination and the communication was always going to be a concern when it came to those long, drawn-out best-of series. And remember, Split 2 regular season for NACL as well as the LRN were all best-of-1s. Going into playoffs, best-of-5s, that's when things get really tested. And when you look at a lot of the players, I don't think anyone is really communicating on their primary language of choice. So that always is going to be an obstacle that you have to overcome. But we're going straight into the draft. We've jumped through the bands and we're already into second and third pick here for Disguised.
Okay, a few things to talk about early on. I think Wukong and Jarvan are the two strongest junglers that we have on this patch. The fact that we have one being picked up by Solid Snake, Wukong was of course banned. That's being traded over to get Orianna, another that's viewed as very strong on this patch. So Darkwing is going to be piloting that one in the mid lane, where we see an Ambessa and a Jarvan. And unlike yesterday, where I was really hoping to see a Poppy
Or combo, we're going to finally get it today from Disguise. That was not something that the Tigres with Montaz was willing to play. Definitely going to be something that XU gets his hands on immediately, as it's looking like a pretty happy game for Poppy. With a lot of dashes showing as both top sides have been locked in, Rafa. And early on for Disguised, I mean, that Renekton, we'll see if he can get rolling early and function in these lane swaps, because Renekton really wants to have that 1v1 matchup. He really struggles levels 1 through 3 in a swap. You want to get past 3 where you can start to, win most of your lanes in the top lane. So do think it's pretty important that Disguise tries to find that 1v1. But we'll see what ADs look like in their camp as we get our first look at Disguise in the same room up there in Toronto, the Shopify Rebellion's facility. Again, shout outs to them. Disguise definitely wanted to make sure that on the broadcast they said thanks to their league partner who have helped them prep and helped Luminosity Gaming prep as well. It's been a good boot camp for both teams.
Yeah. We haven't seen any marksman bans so far this entire draft. As I say that, Ezreal gets taken off the table, as both Astral and Disguise were trying to limit the support pool and who he or Winsome could look towards. Rakan, another support ban, hits the deck, and for Astral, they have a chance to lock in their AD carry of choice. The pool is wide open for the taking.
Yeah, no Ezreal for Rahel. I will say, diving in, I think Rahel could and should be the best player in this tournament. And it's kind of a fun matchup against Ghost because there is overlap between both these players with DK. When Ghost was there in 21 when they lost World Finals, that was Rahel's first year with the Challengers team, where he played with the likes of Thanatos, with the likes of Lucid, and they had a lot of success in the LCK Challengers League. So kind of fun, Rahel technically going up against the person that, he was playing behind with his time at Damwon. As Ghost had a very good Kai'Sa game in the first series against Conviction. And now going to have to play it into the Lucian Braum being rocked by Rahel and Hui. So not a lot of main engage coming out from Disguise, but their ability to hold the line with the Braum, the Renekton, and Lucian, proc those winners by it should be pretty good.
And dare I say, Matt, I think DSG are a little bit more all in on the mid game spike here. Obviously, if Darkwings goes for the scaling Orianna build with the Roa and the Seraphs, then you'll still have some late game insurance there. But DSG really trying to and blow this game wide open around that second, maybe third dragon mark, around when the Otacon does spawn. We'll have to see if Astral can have enough of that early agency between this Jarvan, maybe with this Aurora, to be that bridge so that Ghost can get to that 3 item mark where he really comes online.
Yeah, I think that for Disguised, they win the side lanes pretty hard. Mid is going to be the one where you got to play a little bit of defense with the Poppy and the Orianna. But Poppy can get goofy with a few of these early levels because her fight at level 3, level 2 is so strong. So curious to see if XU uses either of the priorities that he should have in those side lanes to find an invade onto this Jarvan and set up a nice map for Disguised. I think specifically, especially with the Lucian Braum, looking to maybe get into Jarvan's camps on the bot side if we get standard lanes is good. On the flip side for Thrall, I think they're pretty motivated actually to swap. Kai'Sa Alistar, for me, is not a lane that you're opting into playing against Lucian Braum if you're not looking to send that Kai'Sa into a solo lane. So personally, I'm expecting to see Kai'Sa top at the start of this game. We'll see if Disguise can read it. I would keep the Lucian Braum together for sure. I think there's a lot more power in that. So Renekton may be relegated to play that melee versus range matchup where Kai'Sa with the D-Blade is very strong very early.
Well, Castle is no stranger to playing weak side in his career during the tier 1 stint between both Immortals as well as Disguised, although he's been given some carry reins and some attention in a few games. We'll see if Disguised are able to propel up Rahel on this Lucian and give him that snowball necessary to take the game 1 victory, or if Astral will be able to hold the line, endure the storm in this mid game that DSG are going to be so strong in, and see if they can get Ghost to that 3 item point where Kai'Sa can just really take over a game.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I do think that Astral, it's kind of funny they have the scaling in the Ambessa and the Kai'Sa, whereas a lot of the scaling for Disguise is going to be on Darkwings in that mid lane with the Orianna. So first look at Disguise going into this first map, Rafa. I know that from talking with Coach Ido, I did something fun yesterday with Coach Deos. You know, what's your wish list for things that you want to see with your first team hopping on the Rift where you haven't seen the stage for a while? And it's funny, they kind of said similar stuff. It said tempo, very important. Fights with intention, holding your ground or engaging depending on what the comp needs, and having fun. Something that Ido said I very much agree with. They are the first team that's playing in promotion relegation from the Pro League, from the LTA North. So they're really here to set the tone to see if that year of practice within the LTA North is a big boon to help overcome the tier 2 teams. It should be. Ido recognizes that. It's a huge advantage to compete with those teams throughout the year. We'll see how Disguise looks as their first look at defending their spot, hopping onto the Rift against Astral.
And for the side of Astral, as we've said before, this was a team constructed to promote, assembling some of the best individuals that you could get your hands on, as we will now see how well they can endure and test against the current defending team for the tier 1 region. It is Disguise taking on Astral Esports in this best of 5. Game 1 starts right now.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, early on, potential swap into Castle. We Summit scouting out, see if they catch Castle. Again, I think it makes a lot of sense to send Ghost into that solo lane here. Getting away from that Lucian Braum matchup, I think, is important early on. The Winter's Bite with the Lucian and, you know, Kai'Sa Alistar being lower ranged, it can make for a rather difficult lane phase. So we'll see if Rahel's going to be able to find that one, but you can see, yeah, that's a base coming out from Summit, and I think Ghost is going to make his way up here. So no surprise here with the swap. I think this guy's, they should have expected this one, and again, I think keeping Lucian Braum together is the right call.
Yeah. So check 1 on terms of communication for Astral. Already having a good understanding of how you want to play out the first 5-10 minutes of the game, or at least based on the lane allocation to start off this game. One, just making sure that Ghost is able to get that safe lane away from the Lucian and the Braum. The question that we're going to have to answer and find out later on is how well can they adapt on the fly to the questions that DSG are going to pose to them, especially when it comes to those mid-game objectives. Third Dragon and Otacon tends to get really dicey for Astral based on what we've seen from their time in the LRN playoffs as well as against Conviction Esports.
Yeah, we definitely, watching the finals against the Tigres, definitely saw Astral make a couple of mistakes there. That definitely helped the Tigres find that 3-0 victory to get that first seed and that guaranteed second life. Astral, of course, had to go earn theirs against Conviction earlier on. And early on for this game, again, I don't expect too much action early on. I am curious to see if XU skips any camps here. I think that's the next option I'm looking for, as the Poppy does have the option to get up in the face of the Jarvan with the strong level 3 and the help of the bot lane, as, of course, that Lucian Braum, especially playing to the Ambessa, has push early.
Between both of these junglers here, Matt, we didn't get a chance to touch on it now. XU and Solid Snake. Both of these junglers have the opportunity to get a little feisty in these lanes and try and create some volatile action. I think it's for Astral's case, Solid Snake just needs to play defensive or at least try to alleviate pressure. And XU, all he needs to do is, right now he's got some good lane setups outside of course, Castle going into Kaisa on the top side of the map. If XU can just ensure that Rahel and Huhi are smashing lane and prop that up even further, that can allow DSG to really snowball into that mid game.
Yeah, no, I mean, so far, I know that Castle, playing melee into ranged, Renekton weak in the first 2 levels. You really need level 3 to be fully effective on the Croc. He's going to be okay. Like, the consequence of this swap, it's always good to get Kaisa that solo XP because her levels are a part of the breakpoints to get to your evolved abilities, but you're sacrificing Ambessa's experience for that. And I think Ambessa's experience, for me, is far more important in that Renekton matchup, because if Renekton is able to get going, it's quite good. Speaking of going...
Yep, XU and Huhi, the fact that Huhi spotted out Solid Snake early as, XU was trying to flash and interrupt the EQ, but now they're able to at least translate over to Summit, and the steadfast presence saved for Summit's own escape. That's first blood going over to Disguised.
Summit has a TP and Castle has been zoned off the wave. Castle is going to be able to TP back and get some, but will lose some creeps up top. So both top laners suffering, but Castle definitely not nearly as much as Summit, who did lose his flash. Will use that TP now as Castle does make his way up top too. So looking like we're signing up to swap lanes a little bit more. That does mean that Disguise might be able to look at an early dragon spawning here. If XU is able to get back in time, because they're going to have their bot lane bot. So would like to see that from them before the grub spawn, if they could sneak that in while they have that advantage in the lanes.
Yeah, the fact that XU is lightly pathing to what could be maybe Crab, full topside camps, and then we'll have enough time to then hit Dragon around that spawn timer. Winsome, though, making a play on the Castle, setting up for a 3-man against this Croc. And Castle does have Flash, but I don't think he's going to use it because he already knows that he's going down with the ship. Maybe trying... Oh, no way. He gets out of that live, and... I feel like that was a big blunder from Astral. That should have been a kill, or at least a flash burn.
I'm very shocked that Snake did not go for a longer flag and drag to predict at least the first E. He doesn't have flash to follow the second, but that looked goofy on our screen, and I'm going to call it goofy at home too. I think that they're going to think that one was a missed opportunity potentially, as Castle gets away with a bit of murder in the top side. And yeah, he still has the 1v2 going on, but the damage is being dealt as Rahel is going to force Summit back, and this wave is where it's at. And again, if Ambessa's out of the game, Renekton can really push Ambessa around later on. So this early presence for Disguise, and I think the better managing of the swaps very much paid off for them, as Astral down pretty big early.
Oh, Darkwing's flash auto attack following Cody secures the second kill of the game for Disguise. Already game 1 showing up big for the Toast team.
Solo Bolo for Darkwings. It's so fun to see him be successful at the tier 1 level, because the first split that we casted NACL, Rafa, we watched Darkwings and XU play for Dignitas. And it was an early exit for Darkwings because he played pretty decent as a rookie, as they were a middle of the pack team. He ended up being in the Proving Ground system. The only player he qualified for Proving Grounds 4 different splits on 4 different teams. And I know behind the scenes with Darkwing, it has always been a question of his mechanics. The hands were just not as good as some of the other options in the mid lane, but he was always able to play a boatload of champions. I know that the one split in 41 unique games, he played 21 unique champions. And to see him bring that to Fearless and some of the consistency of his mage play, it's been a great growth arc for a player that I never truly believed would be successful at a tier 1 level. But Isaac Darkwings has been proving me wrong, and it's been fun to see.
Mr. Isaac, man. When we first heard that he was going to be the option for Disguise going into Split 3, a lot of us were optimistic but concerned because we wanted to see Darkwings do his best in the tier 1 level, but we knew that his work would be cut out for him. But the fact that he was part of that roster that was able to take Cloud9 to a full 5-game series, holding his own against Loki, who was considered Rookie of the Year for LTA, that is some pretty impressive stuff. However, Darkwings barely survives the 2-man gang from Winsome.
Survived the caster curse. More impressive stuff from Darkwings as he's able to sneak his way out of that one. Orianna always been a nice pick for him. Again, with Darkwings, I think that he plays every class of mid laner pretty well. I've seen him play Karma well. I've seen him play Aatrox very well. Part of where he snagged his name from, I believe, too. So, yeah, definitely fun to see Darkwings kind of be that flexible, malleable piece that has really fit in well with this Disguise squad. And I think, you know, Rahel for me was a huge difference maker just because I consider Rahel, I mean, he's not a world-class AD. He's a very good AD, though. I mean, he won LCK Challengers League with Thanatos and Lucid. He competed in EU where he looked better than just fine. For Disguise to pick him up, that's definitely a piece that I've talked to other people around the LTA North and GMs being like, yeah, it's pretty incredible. They got a player like Rahel playing in relegation, right? We expect him to be the best player in this tournament. But yeah, I think it really speaks to Disguise that they keep the core that struggled a lot. They make a couple of changes between the staff and the players, and they really feel like they've been a reinvigorated team where the energy's been good. Definitely something that Coach Ido has talked a lot about well, making sure the vibes are good with this team because this is a team that always legitimately got along with each other behind the scenes, even through the struggles they had in the LTA North. So I think that's really important when you're going to play these very stressful, intense matches playing for your LTA North life. And to see Disguise get off to a hot start like this, off some good individual play, that's a good start.
Disguise did not go for the first dragon of the game, but they were able to take many strengths and advantages in trade for it, including the first and only round of grubs, all 3 of them. Estral managed to pick up that first dragon for themselves here. Not sure if Estral will be able to play towards a Drake stack win condition, as first dragon was fairly late, and with Disguise having a pretty decent control and grasp on the state of the map at the moment, Estral is going to have their work cut out for them. The next thing I'm looking towards, though, Matt, is since we don't have an objective play for another 4 or 5 minutes here at the very earliest, Disguise, they're going to be coming up on first item spike soon, and I really want them to start pushing this Lucian lead forward because so far, Rahel's been having a quiet game. He's been farming well, but because Ghost was laning against Castle's Renekton, he's also even on farm with him.
Yeah, I actually think that the end of the swap there for Disguise, while we were kind of putzing about and talking about how they got here, was not the best. We now see Summit up in XP and Ghost as well. So I'm not sure what happened with all the experience there, but in the back half of the swap, it is Xu that has the lead. Everyone else a little bit behind as Darkwings doesn't have flash.
Yep, and that's an easy play for Solid Snake just to commit the Flash Cataclysm right on top of the mid laner for Disguise. Xu flashing away from the Headbutt Pulverized combo, throws out the Mad Monkey emote, and Estral will at least be able to burn a Summoner Spell off of the jungler.
Yeah, that's a good get for them, as this matchup top, I am a little bit concerned because once Renekton gets behind in this matchup, there's really not much getting back into it against the Ambessa. Just her spikes with the Eclipse, the Shojin, it's just too good for Renekton to really deal with. And I'm a little bit concerned the fact that Summit has this kind of lead. We did see Estral be able to execute the Kai'Sa Ambessa comp quite well in their win against Conviction. And this is a game where the lead that Estral has is going to be a little bit concerning here as Hui's making his way up. But I think Castle's a little bit too low. They're just going to try and get him a reset and get that TP back where he's going to be able to fight with a big item advantage. As I lied, because the swap's going to continue in the Summit. I got Tunnel. They're going to try and dive him. Winsome's here to defend, and I am not sure if they can take him down.
Yeah. I think it's just a good read from Winsome being able to protect Summit on the wave push here as DSG. If it was just a 3v1, you imagine that That should have been a play that they can definitely execute on, or at least burn a summoner spell from Summit. Cody being able to get away from farm here as Castle looks for the solo kill onto Ghost. No cleanse, no flash available, no flash from Castle either, but he's got enough movement speed to be able to lock him down.
Big pickup for Castle, a player in the Pro League where I think everyone at home can see this guy has the individual skill. It's just about putting together a good games from start to finish, not getting caught out in a couple of the side lanes. But Castle individually, him able to get in the side lane against Ghost. And again, he just got that buy from the base that was forced in the top side. He used that against Ghost, who was sitting on components, but just got a full Kraken Slayer. That's good recognition of having the item advantage and pushing at the right time when everyone just showed top. Well played from Castle.
Yep. Now DSG starting to continuously find small advantages here, seeing if they can press it forward as Winsome does pop the ultimate in exchange for Huzi's Glacial Fissure. Rahel not going to burn any other spells on top of it, knowing that there's not a continued play that can be made here. Just trying to push their advantage as much as possible. We're still a couple minutes away from another dragon spawning, or at least the Rift Herald being shown on Summoner's Rift here. Curious to see what XU decides to do with that time remaining.
Rahel's still in really good shape. As with the Essence Reaver and the Lucian, you can see he's piloting that one pretty aggressively. Definitely empowered to do so with Hui in his back pocket. As Hui going to be going for the locket, potentially, from the looks of things. Does have the steel caps. So we'll have to look out to see if it is a locket or redemption start. I think that there is an option to go either again. Which, you know, redemption was definitely a game warping item in the last patch. As we do have that locket completed by Hui. And redemption components for Winsome. So a fight for Disguise here. Having that item advantage is pretty significant. As locket versus redemption, that's a lot of extra value that Hui could bring to a fight, as Dragon's going to spawn here in 20 seconds.
One of the things that we commented earlier about Estral during their LRN playoff run, and even against Conviction Esports, is that their objective setup was not nearly as disciplined as some of the other teams coming into this tournament. They are at least the first ones into the river so far, but they don't have nearly as secure of a chokehold on it as DSG, all trying to play through the bottom side of the map. Darkwing's taking his time to push out mid-wave, which forces Cody to respond. And Astral cannot go for the Dragon immediately here because they have to deal with pushing waves.
It's actually really nice that Darkwing's got a base in too, because he was sitting on a tier and a catalyst. I think that he's going to have at least a Roa that's going to be working towards evolving now. So I do think that Disguise wanted to get a reset in before they think about this Dragon, as we do see the Roa completed by Darkwings. And yeah, I think on the redeploy now, I mean, these first items, Disguise is pretty decently strong. I think fighting this Lucian is quite scary at the moment.
You already see that Estral. It doesn't look like they are the most confident now in retaking control of this river. So they're just going to seed this Dragon, which I'm not necessarily a hater of. Estral want to be playing towards that later stages of the game, but Winsome says, let's go for the engage here right on top of Rahel and Hui. Ghost gets exhausted. Solid Snake arrives to the party just to get slammed into the wall. Shockwave right on top, and Solid Snake has just given his life for nothing. Disguise, get the Dragon, and they get a kill on top of it too.
Yeah, I'm with you, Roth. I mean, you're kind of putzing around the setup not being there to contest, but that setup was not there to contest, and Solid Snake going over the wall did not look very lower accurate there to Metal Gear Solid as he gets taken down. And Castle?
Oh.
Okay. He could have gotten an E off. That was actually kind of close. Summit is still sitting on the public execution, but yeah, I'm very surprised at that contest. Cody wasn't set up for it. Solid Snake wasn't set up for it. And the result was that Disguise gets the objective and gets a little bit of change in the back half.
I mean, this has been the biggest criticism for Astral Esports. As impressive the pedigree of these individuals are on this roster, the communication seems always a little unsure and indecisive. If you're already late to that Dragon setup, just continue farming your camps and go for your lanes, right? But then as soon as Ghost and Winsome start going for the engage, I wonder if Solid feels like, oh, I guess we're fighting. I guess we have to fight then. And that lack of coordination is what is going to be a major killer for Astral Esports later the game goes on. The fact that the Skies already have a solid advantage into a composition that they want to have the snowball against spells disaster. Solid Snake trying to see if he can find an engage on the Huhi. Cataclysm available, so is Flash. Public Execution does find Rahel, but good block by Exu with a stat fast presence. Shockwave doesn't clip Solid Snake, but Rahel's still on the chase. But Ghost is able to follow into the backline and slay him where he stands. Castle in the middle of all 4 members, and Astral find their moment in being able to take down 3 members of Disguise.
That's a massive fight as Summit did not walk bot, he walked mid, and the TP from Castle had got there, but it was late. The damage was already done as Summit found Rahel. They take down that Fed Lucian. That's a very convincing fight in favor of Astral, who just took control of this game.
And this is where Astral can actually find success. If you all 5 commit with the I'm going in ping, everyone understands what that signal is. Everyone, all hands on deck, smork them, and just pray it works out. And when Astral are able to link up in that fashion, then that is the one strength that it seems like they can take to a team like Disguised.
Yeah, DSG a bit disconnected there as Darkwings is going to TP in to prevent that first brick. He's got the phase rush. He's going to hunt.
Shockwave not available since he used it in the previous fight, just trying to slow Ghost down. Who he gets in there, the flash from Ghost still tagged by the Q, but the Glacier Fissure goes wide and Darkwings doesn't have enough damage. Oh no, Isaac doesn't go down, but Ghost survives with a sliver of HP.
Oh, I think the flash or the W in from Hui was a bit wonky. The Q flash afterwards, I think he could have managed the angles there a little bit better where he might have been able to get it. Just a couple skill shots go wide and they can't pick up Kaisa. That is significant. Ghost lives, can get back out on the map now with the Rage Blade in his inventory. As with that play going down, going sideways, it was the Rift Herald used bot. First brick secured, as now the next neutral objective will also decide feats. As Astral locking that down. Next neutral going to be a pretty big advantage here for either team that secures it, getting feats for the rest of the game.
Even being able to drive the Herald all the way to the mid turret. Unfortunately, it does not get a solid charge, so not that much damage done to the tier 1 in the mid lane. But the fact that Ghost is able to pick up his 2 item spike plus tier 2 boots faster than Rahel's Lucian already is giving a strong win condition for Astral to play around. Now ahead of Disguise by 2,000 gold here at 18 minutes.
I mean, they have Flicker Blades on this Lucian. But for me, this is a game where I think you can get a lot of mileage out of the Flicker Blades. But I think your real spike on Lucian kind of comes at 3 items now, if you're going to go that one second. Which, in a way, kind of matches the Kaisa one. And that's something that's going to be interesting. As I do think Kaisa can get a lot of value in this game if you can dive in dogpile with the rest of your team the way that Astral was able to do so well in that last fight here, Rafa. As Dragon spawning in 30, we have a Mountain Soul on the map. And we'll see if that is the focus, because right now our team's a little bit more closer to the top side where we're going to have an Otacon spawning on the same timer.
DSG doing the best that they can to set up vision around this side of the map. You already see deep wards in that red quadrant, so they have full information that Solid Snake just took his red buff on his chicken nuggets. Now, the question comes down to how well can DSG play defense for Rahel and Darkwings, because they have a lot of defensive tools available. The fact that Astral were able to bypass half of them is what led to Rahel's demise in that previous fight around the Rift Herald. DSG gonna have to be a lot more tedious when it comes to managing their cooldowns and just making sure that they are able to cover all those flanks, because I know that was something that you pointed out, that DSG not necessarily synced up and ready to receive that play. And because all this attention from DSG on the top side went their way, Astral find a good timer to take this dragon off the map.
Okay, they get that Drake for themselves. Mountain Dragon. Going to be really nice this game, as Pen on the champion like Lucian is delayed. Same with Orianna, going double scaling items here. But Orianna going to be in pretty good shape for this upcoming Otacon fight. It's not a fully evolved Roa, but that Seraphs is completed in the inventory. And Cody definitely still behind compared to his counterpart if you look at the items in the inventory. So that is the one advantage that is really in the hands of Disguised. And Darkwings is, I think they need a longer fight, need to play around the Alistar cooldowns, and around multiple Orianna rotations if they want to win this one. As Otacon has been started, and they got this one at half. With Summit still bot, this might get canceled. No, he's going to TP.
Solid's in the mid lane. Winsome's going to have to try to do something, but Keeper Smirtic already punched him out. TP's coming in. It's way too late. Estral are going to arrive just to see the Otacon die. That's a teleport wasted from Summit, unfortunately, and for Disguise, that's a big boon to have in the mid game.
All right, so, I mean, the last play we saw go Astral's way. They played the dive well. They found the team fight. They get that one. Disguise, then, their response is just better team play. As these guys, as a group of 5, that was a really nice Otacon call. I think, you know, we could talk about whether or not they could have used Castle TP or Keeper's Verdict, but this is a high-stakes game that's close on a knife's edge. Otacon is theirs. That's a lot of flowers that went their way, and you can look at the experience. I think they kind of needed that, as now the XP is a lot more even across the board, picking up a pretty decent chunk of flowers there. So we'll see now if Disguise gets that first kill in a fight, that Otacon gives you that boon with that elimination. And Disguised, I mean, now it's just going to be the next Dragon. They have a little bit more time to farm. Dangerous to give that time over to an Ambessa, over to a Kaisa. But I don't think Ghost can reach 3 items before the next Dragon spawn. And Summit's not going to complete another one. So I actually think this is going to be okay for Disguise. Like, this is going to be the time where you kind of level out the game. And I think the next fight you really want. Because it's pre-3-item Kaisa, which is deadly.
And even though they're still 2,000 gold down, a majority of that advantage is on Ghost Kaisa. He has Flash and Ghost available for this fight, so he's going to be a little safer in trying to navigate this team fight scenario from DSG. But if they're able to isolate him, if they're able to burst him down, suddenly that major gold advantage is not even something that you worry about for the remainder of the fight for DSG. Right now, it's all about what are the steps taken to ensure that you have the proper objective setup. Right now, Darkwings is going to be taking to the bot lane, trying to make sure that he can match the push of Cody, having the bot lane push out mid-wave. And then if Huhi and XU can link up and get some of that deep aggressive vision into the blue quadrant jungle of his Thrall.
Baron's in a minute 20, but I think that both teams are going to look at Dragon before. Baron just at that time going to be a little bit too risky, and neither team's at a soul where they can afford to, you know, really play around with the Dragon. Probably I'll be like, all right, you have to commit to that side of the map. We could see Disguise drop this one, but again, as long as Ghost is not on that 3-item mark, I think a fight is the right call. I think that you need to take a fight now. As Disguise, it looks like it's going to be a Black Cleaver coming out of Rahel maybe last year with that pickaxe and that Kindle gem. That's going to be interesting. Haven't seen something like that on Lucian in a long time. Definitely decreases the damage that's going to be pumped out overall, but I still think this is a big, if not one of the biggest spikes for him, especially given the 3rd item he's going. As Disguise now a minute 10. All summoner spells available pretty much on both sides, minus the TPs, which Disguise has an advantage in. This is going to be a tense one. It's a Thrall with a little bit of an advantage coming in, but keep in mind, I think the last fight went so one-sided because Summit was able to find Rahel with that public execution. That's not going to happen every fight.
DSG definitely going to be a bit more aware of the tools that Astral have available and will be more conscious about how they receive these fights. The Baron has spawned, but as you called out, the clear focus is for this Mountain Dragon coming up in the next 30 seconds. And because both Summit and Castle don't have teleport up quite yet, you see that the top wave is going to be left alone for the time being. Both top laners resuming their control on the bottom side of the map. XU taking a base right now.
He's got dead mans.
Understandable. Second item spike. It might cede control of Istral. Yeah, that's my concern. And now
it's okay. They were catching bot, so yeah, you can see Summit's going to catch this wave. I mean, it's either a give or they're going to try and draw the line and retake. They're going to pull him to the Baron. Yeah, they're going to pull him to the Baron. I think it's the only way they can pull him around the map. We'll see if Astral is able to solo someone, but they have a ward down on the Baron right now.
Okay, the only way that
Astral is kind of stuck in the middle of 2 plays. They're not going to go for this fight.
I mean, look at this. Summit and Ghost know that they can just solo Dragon with the 2 of them by themselves, so this is a great response from Astral. We talked about how are Astral going to be able to clean up their coordination and find these responses when it comes to macro play and communicating with the rest of their teammates. Great find by Astral and being able to deflect Disguise bait with the Baron pull, but XU trying to see if he can find Winsome here. Pops the ultimate.
That could be enough to Baron. That could be enough just to start Baron. Castle has TP now. Ghost is going to fire off at least one Void Seeker at it. But no Baron start. And it's just a win for Astral. And I got to say, that's a pretty big win. Again,
yeah.
Ghost is going to have 3 items now for the rest of the game. I really felt like that would have been a timer where before Kai'Sa gets that humongous 3-item spike that Ghost is about to pick up in that Nashor's Tooth. Finding a fight before that spike, I value. And I don't think it's worth having your jungler go back to complete an item to give up that control or that potential for a fight. Maybe they just didn't want it overall, but man, I see a Lucian complete a Black Cleaver and a Kai'Sa complete a Nashor's. I would have much rather fought before both those items got completed if I'm disguised with either of those members. So a really big win here for Astral and Ghost as they pick up that Dragon and now win some. Keep in mind, he's no ult.
Glacial Fissure knocks him up. There's Summit with the public execution right into Dark Wings, but Rahel is safe right now in the backline. But Cody with a beautiful flank on the left side. There's going to be good, but Rahel just goes forward. That's the only direction that he can go, and he finds success as now Summit is forced to retreat. The rest of Astral thought that they had the flank angle from this Aurora, but it's Disguise that turned the heads of Astral around. Now Summit is just forced to flee, trying to waste as much time from the Toast team as much as possible. Cody deciding whether he wants to bail out his Mbessa or not, but in the end, that Mbessa is going down.
That was a brilliant team fight from Rahel. He did move forward when the engage came in, and the peel from XU was much more sound this time around as he caught the Mbessa with the public execution and then was able to find the wall bang, find the steadfast presence where he was forced out of the fight down. They split up the dive from Astral, and Rahel stepped up and won them that fight.
And DSG now have an opportunity while Solid and Summit are still off the map trying to deploy. They can just pull the Baron here.
Yeah, Cody, I mean, he might have to TP before he even completes his base. If he goes for both, this might be too little too late as Castle's going to sneak into the pit late here. And this is Snake. They're going to spot him. This is quite low. We'll see if they want to flip or not. They have a lot of ways to keep Jarvan out of the pit with Poppy.
Solid has one-way trip, no flash available. The Shockwave pulls him in. DSG just turned for the fight and dropped the Baron leash. Redemption comes in, gives a little bit of healing back to Solid Snake. He goes in, doesn't pop the Cataclysm quite yet. And Disguise are going to forfeit the Baron for now.
I mean, that's good discipline still from Disguise. I think by pulling that, got them another kill, right? You'll take that as Disguise. You didn't have the flip. You got a positive out of it. You can fix your lanes, fix your map. I think that was well played, a good sequence from Disguise, who didn't need one after they dropped that Dragon. So at least that team choice to give it, they come back and answer well as they were able to find a couple of pretty good plays, and that got a lot of gold on Rahel off those fights. If he's able to get an IE now, that's when you can actually start to, again, kind of outpace the Kai'Sa, because you can be so bursty that you force something like a Seekers and a Zanya's coming out from Ghost, because now he has to be really wary is if and when he jumps in, if Rahel can get on him, that can be pretty dangerous for a Kai'Sa, especially if you catch a winner's bite, as that's the CC where it doesn't matter if you can, you know, Ghost run away. That follows you through if you can get the autos down. That's what Lucian's so damn good at.
And the reprieve for Astral going into this next fight, potentially around either Baron or in a minute 24 Mountain Soul, is that Ghost will have both of his summoner spells up, whereas Rahel might not even have Flash available. And with the Seekers that you already mentioned for this Kai'Sa, that is 3 defensive tools that you will have available for yourself. So I don't think it's going to be in Disguise's interest to try and dive and find Ghost in these fights. It's just continuing to play that defense and peel for this Lucian.
I mean, you don't need to peel Lucian when he just steps forward like that, too. Rahel seemed to manage
that was pretty crazy.
Well. That was pretty nuts from Rahel, as he was able to step up and slide and glide his way through that fight pretty well. As 40 seconds from this Soul spawning, and it is Soul for his Thrall if they pick it up. So this is a must contest from this guys. No option to drop now. As the last resets come in, it's a pickaxe for Lucian, so not quite the Infinity Edge. Seekers for Ghost is a big luxury item, as he just hit 16 as well. No Cleaver completed yet for Summit, and no GA yet for Castle. But it is Disguised taking this one through mid and trying to connect. Summit does have that flank angle at the bottom. It's Castle's job to go flush him out.
Oh,
That's a
Cody
nice
opens
ball
up
from
with
Cody.
Between Worlds. Nice damage onto Rahel,
Yeah,
but the
Ghost out.
culling
Ghost is out.
is able to find Solid Snake. No jungler for Estral, and now it just might be a retreat angle for the Eagles here. Estral still trying to fight through Summon and Winsome, but they can't decide if they want to go forward, if they want to go for the retreat. Public execution to the backline, but the Glacial Fissure slowed down the entire backline of Estral, so no one could follow up on Summit's engage, and now it's a 5v3. Surely this is the Dragon for Disguise.
Great keeper's verdict from XU. Ghost, the member we've talked about the most on the Thrall, was sent out the fight, sent packing before he could get involved, and Disguise that defensive core between the Poppy and the Braum. Way too much for this front line to deal with. As his Thrall were kind of caught one by one. I mean, Summit was trying to save the fight later on. I think the public execution was his only way out, which was in. But no one else could really follow up as Estral kind of split in the last couple of fights. Disguise have held this onto this well as Darkwings.
Flash engage onto Darkwings, but he goes golden. Ghost trying to isolate him. The Shockwave pulls Winsome right on in, and the rest of Disguise rally to his rescue. Ghost using everything he has in the tank to try and find a salvage of a play, but he finds Jack squat. Disguise will not continue with the Baron, but they preserve all 5 members on the Rift.
Good defense there by Darkwings. I really like the early Zanyas to make sure his team could come help him respond to that engage by Winsome as he tried to take down Darkwings, but Winsome's ex-teammate in XU had a little bit something more to say about that as he brought his team around to make sure that Ghost couldn't find any wins, and Ghost losing a flash for that fight, pretty significant. I mean, that's something that Disguise can really look to punish.
And the perfect reaction of every Estral fan watching that fight was summarized in Ghost's cam as Cody might just go down here, but Rahel taking a lot of damage. Cody tries to finish him off, but it comes at the cost of Solid Snake using his flash and Cataclysm. Cody does go down in the end. At least it's a 1-for-1 for Estral and slows down tempo from the side of Disguise as Darkwings now might be in trouble, still has a flash available. Summit already using the public execution, tries to flash and catch up with Darkwings, breaks his ankles and says, see why app buddy. Estral lose out on their top laner now. Maybe it's an angle for Disguise to pull the Baron. It would have to be Darkwings trying to TP, but no Rahel means that Baron pull is probably not going to happen, and the Solid Snake and Winsome ensuring that they can't get any control in the river.
I think Disguise just has to bring some sanity to the map because as Thrall, I mean, the only wins they've gotten are when things get a little bit crazy. That was a lot of damage that came out from Cody there onto Rahel that took him down, but Rahel has that Infinity Edge now in his inventory, and good play from Darkwings. That is a flash off of both the carries for Disguise, really just to save the play. So we were talking about how Ghost's flash is now down. You can look for that later on. Darkwings, Rahel, no flash. That is something that you can look to punish if you are a Thrall. So I still think the defensive core identity from Disguise, it's strong, but they need to make sure that the Poppy, the Braum, the Renekton, they're playing with all the pieces involved to peel off some of this die, because when those pieces get split up, it is a Thrall at least able to find a couple of wins. I mean, it's not an exact win of the map, but flashes being down to your big carries. If you guys were watching yesterday, that's how Luminosity Gaming were able to bring the game back against the Tigres in that very close game too. So always have to be wary when those carries are flashless. You can always be found by champions like Ambessa, like Jarvan, like Kaisa.
And that puts even a greater burden of responsibility on both XU and Huhi.
They got to fight Soul. They don't have him for Soul.
The most experienced players on this roster to try and make sure that they are always protecting their carries, because this composition thrives at its best when it is a 5-man operating as a single unit, as a death ball. And DSG feel confident enough to start pulling the Baron and force the Thrall to respond.
I don't think this is a pull to finish. I think it's a pull to see if they can create another angle with Poppy or a Keeper's Verdict. You can get
Turn on
very
Summit,
liberal.
Rahel's already going in onto the Ambessa. Culling comes through. Summit is able to escape barely, but now Cody might be in a world of trouble as he still has flash available. Able to burn through health pools of both Castle and Rahel. No teleport available from DSG. Curious is if this Thrall want to try and look for a Baron pull of their own, as they have teleport advantage on their top laner.
I know it's nothing in the end, but I actually like that idea a lot from Disguise. Like, you don't have flashes, pull them to you, where they can play over the wall. And then with a Poppy Orianna, you can be so liberal about how you play around Baron, just because the shields of Poppy are good sustain. And then also that Keeper's Verdict. I mean, you never know, if you hit Jarvan, you knock him out of the pit, then you're fighting with the, one smite versus none. So I do like that from Disguise, just the fact that, they were able to get out of that one as well. I think they played that sequence decent. And by doing that, they were very disappointed in resetting first and keeping their tempo on the map. So they're the first ones that get to this bot river to defend that soul from going over to the side of Astral. They can put themselves on soul point with a good take here, as their setup so far has been sound.
Rahel stepping up to Castle on the play there. TP from Darkwings, or Huhi, I should say, as Astral not able to find anything off of the mid play so far. Castle taking a lot of damage, but Culling comes through, damages Winsome and Summit into the back line. Good knock up from Huhi with the ultimate. Solid Snake is deciding whether he wants to go in. Good shockwave finds Snake and Cody into the back line. Summit is the first one to fall, and now DSG have the momentum on their side. They're pushing forward, slam onto Winsome into the wall. Cody could be next, as no flash available, but Exio is not able to follow up and find the mid laner of his Thrall. They're going to take this time to guarantee at least the tier 1 turret falling in their favor. And they're going
don't get
instead of the
soul.
dragon.
Don't get soul. I don't like this. You're giving a permanent buff in a game like this. I think that's dangerous. They're not going for both. I don't love this. Astral's going to TP down.
Boy.
As Rahel's going to try and rip it. It's their only choice now, but this could easily be taken. There's only going to be a smite on Huhi if he spellbooks it. But yeah, if you're Astral, flip this. Get the permanent buff.
This is the one chance that Astral are being given by Disguise. Could be a mistake that is punished later on to the game. Snake is forced to fight into Darkwing's. Castle is there for assistance. The reinforcements are there. Is it enough to take down Snake through the stairs? The Shockwing is huge! And Darkwing still able to give enough for the team as Ghost goes down next as Thrall! Not even a dragon play will go their way as Exio arrives in time. Should be able to smite and secure and deny the soul away from Astral Esports. The public execution will find Exio. Does he have a keeper's verdict on his side?
Yeah,
doesn't look like it. He goes down, but you know what? In the grand scheme of things, Cubby, that's still a big win for Disguise.
Yeah, you see Exio with a chuckle and a sigh of relief. I think that he really put his team in a jam by trying to go for that Baron. But you know what? Everything came up toast, buttered up, as they were able to pick up the Baron, the Dragon. They prevent the soul from going over that permanent buff for Astral they were really looking for. It was a little bit scary, but what would it be like without giving Toast a little bit of a heart attack over here on the side of the skies?
And now, Cubby, we find Disguise at nearly 5,000 gold ahead of Astral at 38 minutes into the game. Both teams on Mountain Soul Point. I don't know if the game should extend that long, but given the fact that DSG have not been able to find at least enough of a win to crack open the base yet, it's going to have to depend on how good their Baron play is for the next couple of minutes.
Still, I mean, if you're an Thrall fan, I don't think you've been given much reason to have hope in the ability to team fight later on. We've seen multiple fights where Ghost has just not been able to get involved, Rafa. And that has been the big difference maker, because we kept on hyping up, building up this 3-item Kaisa. And so far, it hasn't led to anything, as Winsome's now just going to get picked off.
Oh, no. I mean, the Unchained, the flash for the Pulverize, it doesn't get much done here. Summon now isolated against 4 members. Castle doing everything he can to make sure the Thrall cannot follow up on the engage. And just like that, Matt, DSG, enough times they're able to prove that their coordination is better in this first game of the series, as Thrall now down, backs against the wall, as they are doing everything they can to try and defend the remnants of their base from following. But DSG should have everything cut out for them. Beautiful flash follow-up from XQ, finds Ghost and knocks him up with the steadfast presence. Ghost forced to flash away, able to survive, and now Cody's in trouble as Rahel continues to push the game forward, dashing in and gunning down Cody. It's Thrall down to only 1 member to defend the base, but I don't think it's going to be enough. DSG wrapping up game 1 in our best of 5.
You know, outside of that Grub Rift Herald fight, like that topside fight, that was really the only big oopsie that Disguise made. I think giving away that potential angle for the Dragon Soul was a bit scary, but in the end, I mean, Disguise, they dug deep, they held together, and they made sure that, you know, they found their scaling aspect later on. They found the team fights they wanted to later on. And the story of Astral just being a little bit split as a team, not being able to put the pieces together all the time in these fights, it was Disguise that were much more consistent and cohesive as a group of 5, as a single unit, than Astral. That was the big difference in that game.
And I like how you mentioned the one time where Astral did find an advantage against Disguise, because I think that was a good litmus test for the Toast squad as well. Because after that fight, whether it was in comms or they just all unanimously decided that, hey guys, let's make sure that Rahel is always protected. Let's group up as 5 when we go for these objective setups so that we have all of our defensive tools available to block and stuff the engages, because that really is Istral's only win condition at that point, because it's a super dot position trying to enable Ghost for success. As unfortunately, I'm still solo. We can't get Cubby's camera on. I don't know what's happening, Cubby. You might have to change your camera, buddy. Maybe it's
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hoping that your voice is still coming through. That should be the case. Otherwise, it would just look like I'm talking to myself. But you know what? We're gonna take a short break and a quick cooldown, as well as the teams. When we come back, it's gonna be game 2 on your screen. Welcome back, y'all. Oh my God, we got Cubby. Oh wait, this. Oh my God, we got Cubby, guys. Let's go.
We're back. We're clear. Clarity. Okay. You know, it's always nice to have some clarity here, Rafa.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the voice break, but you know that's just how excited Cubby makes me when I see his face. Anyway, as we move forward, game 1, that was definitely exciting for Toast fans and Disguise fans all around. As game 1 is now in their favor, leading the series 1-0, 2 games away from being able to advance to the upper finals against Luminosity.
Yeah, and look, I think that Disguised opener, in one way, that was slower, not as dominant than what we saw yesterday from Luminosity Gaming. But in another way, that was very controlled. I mean, like this play, XU could have gotten a double kill by not getting the Jarvan. He picks up the Ambessa, which I find to be a bigger win in the back half. And it really was only that one fight around the Rift Herald that went sideways where Disguise lost control of the game. outside of that, this felt like a game that was controlled by Disguise from start to finish outside of that blip. I think that the way they played out their team comp and the identity of it was overall much, much stronger than, you know, what Estral was able to do with the dive, because this was really only the successful dive that they had, as Axio and Hui were able to work some overtime peeling for their carries. And I gotta say, the carries did a really nice job themselves as well. I think that it was a good team win from Disguise.
And I don't think we can give enough praise to Rahel for just making the adaptations he individually made in the fight. Once he recognized that, yeah, this is going to be an all-in or nothing burger flip from Estral Esports every time they go for the fight, he recognizes kiting back is not always the answer. Sometimes you just have to dash forward into the chaos and find pockets where there is safety, which damn, they are doing Winsome dirty here. Just tracking.
You know what they call a cow that's constantly on the move? Wagyu beef.
Copy. Oh my god. You know what? Maybe next year it'll be Wasty beef. You know?
Okay. Well, you know, you were trying to hook it up to the game. I was just trying to hook it up to dad jokes. That's fine. We're somewhere on the same plane there. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these fights, like, I think Disguised as a core of 5 were able to create a lot of 2v5s, 3v5s just in these fights, given how they play. Like, look at Summit being isolated, or they get Winsome's ult early in the fight, then they find him later on, because Estral as a team, they didn't retreat as a team, they retreat as a split unit, right? And these little things, I think a lot of the times when you see League of Legends played as 5, these are some of the things that you take for granted, though a lot of these teams get right. And this is what we talk about a lot in Tier 2, which is development improvement, because you're ultimately trying to see guys like XU and Darkwings go from our league to the Pro League and play well. And it takes a lot of steps to get there. And as a team, Estral, we know that these 5 players can play at that highest level. Again, all 5 players on this roster have competed internationally, if we're going to count the Tier 2 International for Winsome. And even he was LCS, right? It's just that as a team, like, these are things that you need to get right as a team in the modern day and age of League of Legends that we are not seeing Estral get right. And that's been the biggest difference maker later on.
And for Disguise being able to go up 1-0, it's at least the first step forward in determining how good was playing in the LTA in the 2025 season for them, as not just 5 individuals, but as a core team. Obviously, this team has only played together for a couple months, ever since the roster changes they made after Split 2, bringing in Rahel, bringing in Darkwings as well. And the fact that they were able to at least have a highlight of being able to take Cloud9 to a full 5-game series in their last best of 5 before bowing out for the 2025 season of LTA. I mean, the ultimate goal I want to bring back up of what you and Ido were discussing is that this is the opportunity to show that playing in LTA does help you level up as what was formerly a Tier 2 team. Because before this year, Disguised made their debut in League of Legends competitive scene by playing in NACL in 2024 and being able to at least show that there is promise of this org being able to play for the long term in this scene. But, you know, the nice thing, Matt, I want to bring up is that when Toast first mentioned that he wanted to get into the competitive League of Legends scene, he was very intent on competing in LCS. Well, this year it was LTA North, but Disguised, if they win this entire tournament, they will officially be able to play in the LCS for the 2026 season. So that would be a nice cherry on top.
You know, I like where your head's at. I like where your head's at. I think Toast does as well. And hey, to win and earn your spot back, again, you get the advantage of playing in a league with those Tier 1 teams. But hey, when it comes to practice and scrims, you got to earn your keep globally. And I think that's something that I've been really impressed with Disguised, as they've really earned their keep by getting better scrims. I mean, they were practicing against all the teams that were competing in the LTA North Finals, whether it was 100 Thieves, FlyQuest, or VKS. And this is a team where behind the scenes, again, because they were actively scrimming, a lot of the teams throughout playoffs were still practicing and prepping against Disguise, because you get a win-win where you can hide strats against a team that's not in the bracket with you. And also, Disguise earned their keep. They're pretty good. And a lot of that was off the back of Rahel coming into this lineup and being a damn good marksman. I know it wasn't the best start for him in this game, as Ghost ended up, you know, picking up a few early kills, but how Rahel played out those later fights was brilliant on the Lucian. as he was a big part of stepping up, making sure that the Lucian Brahms presence got felt in these fights, and Rahel was doing some serious work on that champion against someone who was in the seat of the org that he was in the secondary seat of, with Ghost, and looking back to Damwon Kia of 2021, where that was Rahel's first split playing on the Challenger squad, and Ghost was in the World Championship losing the EDG. So yeah, that is something quite crazy to see how far Rahel has come. And look, today Rahel is considered a much better player. Rahel is a very good player. I think he is the best player that is in this tournament. So we're going to have to see if Rahel can continue to perform like this, because if Disguise wants to earn that LTA North spot / that LTS spot, I think Rahel has to be instrumental in making sure that he carries his team there, as well as XU, who is the primary shot caller of this team with Hui, who did have a pretty good game one there.
I think the nice thing of witnessing XU's evolution over the past couple of years, ever since the brief debut he had filling in for Dignitas LCS back in summer 2023.
The River Trade, yeah.
Or actually, should have been summer 2022. Yeah, summer
you're a
2022.
year ahead of things, because Disguise made their debut in 23 summer with that Golden Glue roster, and also Zazel, Fake God, and Tomio, who are in this tournament, and they won. So yeah, I feel like you know, you're getting old, Rafa. You can't wind up your years. You think you're younger than you actually are.
Well, I did just turn 30 this year. So.
Yeah, well, you didn't have to say that, but I'm glad you did. It's a great milestone, you know. As my grandpa always says, it beats the alternative.
What's the alternative?
Not turning 30.
Okay.
Not to get grim, but you know, it beats the alternative, as my grandpa always says.
Thanks, man.
It's good to be 91 and say it beats the alternative. You know, it's a lot cooler when you're 91 saying that.
Returning to the conversation that we had on board for XU, I think the biggest strength that we had always witnessed when he was playing at his best in Tier 2 is when he has the confidence to be able to lead a team. Obviously, in Tier 1, that didn't always, before this year, was always the case, because when he came in for Dignitas officially as a full-time starter in the 2024 season, he was still kind of paired along with other players who were more experienced than him, but he couldn't always communicate with them and establish always good control. But the thing that we always found fascinating about XU is not only that he has solid early game plans, but also is able to take risks and find timers where the enemy team is not expecting him to show on the map. That has always been a signature strength, even if XU is not as mechanically consistent as some of his competition, even in Tier 2. But this is a year where XU, alongside Hui, got to step up and prove his leadership. And I know we keep harping on the Cloud9 best of 5, but that is the best example of what Disguise was able to achieve. And I still think back to the Game 4 Silas performance he had against Blabber, who is a longtime LCS veteran.
I mean, look, if anyone's going to bust out Lee Sin with the buffs he got for the early game in this tournament, it's going to be Lawrence. But the other thing I'd like to see is, you know, Tier 2, sometimes it's hard to assess talent and just how players are going to pan out. But something that I always value is clutch factor. I watched XU compete internationally in a 5-game series and not shy away from trying to make plays and win the game. Sometimes he tries to do too much. I think that's his solution, or like his Achilles heel. But I also watched this man hard carry an Italy game in Game 4. You're talking about hard carrying a Silas game against Blabber. He is not going to shy away from trying to make plays, whether that's with his hands or with his team on the map. And that's something that I always really appreciated about XU. When he has the confidence to do those things, he is a jungler that is better than serviceable at the Pro League. And hey, in that game, I felt that he did a really nice job of dictating the pace of the game with his team and with Hui. There's a lot of how Disguise works. It's mostly XU saying like, hey, I want to do XYZ, or can we do XYZ? And everyone else feeding in info, with Hui being the second greatest voice with that.
Solid system.
For folks that wonder. I'm simplifying it. But anyway, we got a Game 2 draft to dive into, as Summit's going to get his hands on a Rumble to kick things off in the top lane.
Well, that might be a bit of a gambit from Disguise, but if it does pay off well, then they don't have to worry about the Rumble ban anymore for what could be potentially
they got a zero
match point for Disguise. And good trade. Darkwing's Azir, always going to be a favorite from us here in the Tier 2 scene, as Darkwings has been able to pull off some pretty nasty stuff with the Emperor of Shurima himself. XU thinking about Vi could be the next best skirmisher available now that Jarvan and Poppy are off the table and Wukong and Trundle were banned. So now, Astral, when you're looking at similar options. There's no Xin available. What does Solid Snake go for? Does he want to look for maybe like a Nocturne, but there's no Orianna to synergize it with? I know Snake has gone for some carry options in the past. He's played Mundo, but I don't know if you want to go for tanks this early on. They might just save it for the second round of picks and go for at least a Corki setup and another mid laner option instead into the Azir.
I don't mind the Corki pick. That kind of dissuades the Galio coming in, because I'm a little worried about a Galio top if you decide to go magic damage here mid. Just given the matchup into Rumble, and you already have Vi to piggyback yourself to the backline, but Corki plays very well in the Galio. So, along with being strong, I like that. And we could see a world where Rahel is kind of pressured to make his pick here too, as the whole bot lane is actually going to be locked in. So,
wow.
I guess they're kind of thinking the same thing, Rafa. There's not a jungler that they're 100% convinced they want to grab now, so they're going to drop jungle and find that in the second rotation. As Castle does pick up his Ornn, playing that one into Summit. I will say that this is a matchup where Rumble did see some nerfs, specifically to how he fights against tanks. His Q base damage was nerfed, and then the overheat, the percentage of HP damage you do on every auto was nerfed. That really helped out the Ornn matchup, and I know from our time at LPL English, we were a big fan of watching the Shy play Ornn, as he really made this champion feel very, very powerful inside and outside of the lane. And this is a champ where, in a lane swap scenario, you're pretty happy as Ornn. You can still build your items, and you're better on lower econ than a Rumble. So I know that we've talked about swaps a lot with the drafts going on. This is one where Disguised early on, definitely showing that they want to swap out of that Corki Reldan potentially.
Once again, Astral are going to pay respect to Rahel's Ezreal and snipe that away in our second round of bans. DSG trying to take away some problematic matchups for the Azir, LeBlanc being one that Cody might have gone towards if he wanted to get a little bit more bursty and have a little more aggressive playmaking for himself. The other option, okay, there it is, the Sylas, just because there are some powerful ultimates that were available on the table for DSG. It could have also been a flex for Solid, as Sylas jungle is still playable in certain angles here in the current patch. But Istral, they could go for another 80 carry ban. They could try and thin out the support pool even further. That's where the Rakan comes in.
Someone denies Isaiah Rakan too. Isaiah can play defense against Rumble a little bit with that equalizer and being able to go up in the air. Good against Rel too. So in terms of Rahel, definitely some options for him. This feeds into the Wombo, but they really let Rahel kind of pick the champs that he wants to play. I mean, he's been one of the few people playing Aphelios, which is something we could see. I think range is good here.
Yes.
So taking something like Jhin, I mean, you are a bit of a lower damage team with Ornn Jhin, but Azir, if Azir is able to pump out damage and you can create space for him, he can really supply that damage for your team. So for me, I'm putting more of a priority in this game, just given the chance that Disguise is showing, on Darkwings and making sure that his game goes well from the mid lane.
I wasn't sure if Solid was going to feel bold enough to pick the Lee Sin, but I think if he pairs that along with another aggressive option like the Ahri, I mean, Lee Sin Ahri is a classic combination that has prevailed throughout many years of competitive League of Legends, and it's going to come down to some of the best players that the LLA has ever produced to see if they can find that jungle mid magic against Darkwings and XU.
Wondering if it's going to be something like Leona here for Hui, just to feed into the aggression, as I think that the value against Lee Sin, just the pressure of having that Q stun on a low cooldown is very good. And yeah, okay. So I think Disguise's ability to hunt Rumble in the side lane is actually quite good. I think that Summit has to be wary of how he plays side lanes throughout this one, as he can be hunted. But also, I see Lee Sin Ahri. We talk about the importance of Darkwings getting econ in this game. The damage on his team, not that great. The Azir can always make up for that. If Darkwings is able to have a happy game here, that Emperor can run the late game. So we'll see if Darkwings gets attacked by this Lee Sin Ahri combo. And also very curious about the swaps, because I think that there is some value in swapping the Ornn out and getting out of the Corki Reldan and getting out of the first couple of Rumble levels. But I'm curious if that ends up being the choice that Disguised makes, because I don't think you get a lot for accelerating Jhin. You get a lot more for accelerating a Corki if you wanted to go Rumble Rel and send Corki into that solo lane. So Curious if that is the call, and if we get a little bit of goofiness here with maybe a 1v1 at the top side with the marksman going head-to-head. I think there's a world where we might see that.
And even more big picture, Matt, one of the things that we have already spoken our concerns about for Estral Esports is when they are playing more complex compositions, the execution barrier becomes even harder to maintain, especially with the coordination issues that we have seen, not just in this tournament, but the LRN playoffs as well. But we'll see if Estral can step up to the plate and take us to at least a 1-1 even in the series score, or if Disguise are about to go up to match point. It's game 2 between Disguise and Estral Esports. Let's hit the rift.
Race with the sounds of pings on our screen, Rafa. As our teams are getting active and getting ready for this, and my eyes are on the swaps. As again, I think there is something for getting Corki, that solo goal or solo experience in the top side. Should be okay against the Ornn. Whereas Rumble, I mean, Rumble, obviously levels are nice for Rumble, but I think this is a-okay. He's going to struggle a bit into the Jhin Leona just because Jhin should be able to get some work done in this lane, but I think it's fine.
Nice by Cody to be able to find an early electrocute proc before the minion wave even connects here in our level 1 trade. If Cody is able to find an early health advantage and use his priority to link up with Solid on this Lee Sin, you can find the Vi early on before she starts making plays, whether she's level 3 or whether she's level 6 with that cease and desist, the guarantee lockdown on a priority target. As you called out, Estral trying to find some advantages by having Ghost up against Castle in the top lane and give Corki a little bit of an extra boost and accelerating towards that mid-game spike, and DSG not able to respond quite yet.
Yeah, XU going to be making his way down, where it looks to be mirrored clears between him and the Lee Sin. As W doesn't connect there from Rahel. Bit of an oopsie there from him and Hui, but still, wave getting in. You can see pressure's up against Summit, who will do his best to get what creeps he can. And top side, well, Castle with the D shield is, yeah, he's going to be getting peppered, as we like to say. Because that Corki is going to be definitely delivering the damage up top. But hey, so what the real game is for this, guys, I think the better. Just get the Ornn, get the Azir online, find that cohesive team fight that you were able to find the likes of in game 1. I feel like this is a comp where you can kind of recreate or replicate the same idea, Rafa. DSG definitely looked at that last game and said, hey, we are better at grouping. I think it's pretty tough to look at that game 1 and not come to that conclusion. This is another comp where you're built to group. So I wonder how intentional that was by DSG making that choice.
Castle getting a nasty trade onto Ghost Corki in the top side, forcing him to chug a pot. Gotta be careful. He takes one more bad trade. Oh, Hui finding Cody in the mid lane. Looks like the frame stuttered there, but it did end up burning Cody's flash just to make sure that he didn't fall to Darkwing from Hui.
That was a good charm from Cody. I think Cody caught Hui on the way, so he couldn't chain up the Q stun. But hey, Hui going flash for flash with mid. That's great. And I think something that's a little bit slept on with this patch, Rafa, with the swaps coming in, this really frees Hui up to move around the map and play the map. And that is, I think, Hui's greatest strength as a player. As Castle might have gotten baited in there.
Well played by Ghost, able to play and condition Castle. The first trade, looked so similar. Castle goes in, and Solid is there for the response.
Can say that. I can also say that it was a mirrored clear from the junglers, and that's 350. You're Eing in with your jungler on bot side. That's the exact timer that Lee Sin's going to be up there. And Lee Sin did get some buffs on this patch to his early game specifically. They changed how his Q worked with the Sonic Wave, so it's higher base damage, less bonus AD. I believe the breakpoint is around 45 to 50. It's 41. So it means that you're stronger until after you build more than your first item. Because Black Cleaver's giving you 40, Sunder Sky's giving you 40. So yeah, he's stronger until he goes first item plus. And to be fair, if you're drafting Lee Sin, that's kind of what you're drafting for. To be strong before the first item.
Yeah. Get a chance to watch the replay. As you called, because XU is already on the bottom side of the map, it is dangerous for Castle to go in like that. I still think it's nice to give credit to Ghost, just recognizing, hey, Castle took a big trade on me last time. He will go for this and just punishing the fact that Castle was not being disciplined in that moment. We do have a tech pause at the moment. We'll see if we can get back into game very shortly or as soon as possible. One of the things I wanted to bring up in addition to this second game is that Solid. I know that we have talked before about the evolution of Lee Sin and how you don't necessarily need to be super proactive before level 6. You can wait for level 6 to start making plays with Dragon's Rage and just finding kicks to either burn summoner spells or at least get kills. But because of the changes and trying to make Lee Sin a more competitive skirmisher, since the likes of Xin and Vi and Wukong and Jarvan have been pretty much dominating the current meta for the entirety of the year, I'm going to put a little more onus on Solid, also with the fact that Disguise have a stronger scaling composition past 2-3 items, that Solid really needs to dictate the pace of this game before XU is able to link up with the rest of this team.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's a good point. I also, I mean, it's part of why I kind of like Hui being able to move around the map a lot with some of these swaps. Again, I think that's his greatest strength of a player. And man, did I get sent down memory lane today or what when I saw a clip or a quote on my screen of Hui talking about the first promotion tournament that he played in. He was on Team Fusion in 2015. Folks, if you want to get memory laned, he was playing mid at the time. It was before he started playing for CLG, so this was for 2015, so literally 10 years ago. And he had Mac Noon on his team, who I believe was not able to play the finals. Yep. And they were playing carry old Poppy in order to get leads. It was the funniest tournament. Nien was playing AD, which is always his main role. They lost to Dignitas and Kiwi Kid with a 5-man Alistar combo.
Yes.
And his AD was Core JJ. So back then, he was playing against a future world champion as Core JJ role swap to support. There is, I think, a real argument that Hui and Core JJ themselves were two of the most successful role swaps that the history of the LCS and like what they've ever seen.
And you know what's going to be the third
that was point
one?
of the series, and now he's going up against a current world champion in Ghost, which is also kind of crazy.
And you'll appreciate this, Matt. Hang on. Summit might be in trouble here. Still has a flash, or actually no flash available, but not enough damage comes out from the DSG members to burn down this Rumble. Back to what I was trying to get to, Matt. You're going to appreciate this one. I think our third most successful role swap. Going to be your favorite player of all time, Mr. Alan Lucio Qualina.
Yeah. I think he's I mean, he didn't role swap like professionally. It was before professionally, but I think that he's starting to make a pretty good case for himself.
Castle might be in trouble. Decent chunk with the Bellows Breath into the empowered auto attack, but Summon is still burning him down. Ding's level 6 at the right time, and Castle just flashing a little too late. That's a nice pickup for his Thrall. Second kill of the game.
I mean, Summon at 6 for the whole fight. I appreciate Castle trying to do the damage that he can with the Bellows Breath, but that is an unforced error. I'm going to steal some verbiage from Tennis. As we have Hui making his way mid. Cody Zoom.
I think it's also a baseball.
Darkwing should be able to...
No?
Well, yeah, the air, but unforced air, specific in Tennis. It means that, you know, it's an error on your end. That wasn't forced. So, I mean, it's not like a player hit a good shot. He just kind of biffed it. That was a biff from Castle, who was not able to find it. And that's a pretty big lead being opened up by Summit now, as Castle loses more waves, and it's 25-52. And I know you're an Orin, and I know you scale up, but that's not a happy place to be on the map right now. As that individual matchup is going to be very Rumble favored, given Summit being up a level, having access to Swifties, and no magic resist being in the inventory of Castle yet.
Yeah, we gave praise Castle earlier on, knowing that he can play the weak side very gracefully. This second game opening, not a good example or demonstration of that, as Summit is nearly double his CS at this time. 15 seconds away from the grub spawning, both junglers making their way to the top side of the map. Level 6s already hit by Rahel, but Winsome is still level 4, and Hui, I don't know how close he is to level 6 himself, but that could be a big difference maker. The level advantage on the Winsome, goes aggressive, trying to link up with XU, not able to find or connect the play as Winsome is able to get away thanks to that crash down.
Saw a big priority on Grubs really emerge in the domestic playoffs throughout the path of getting to Worlds. Game 1, we saw Disguise snag all 3. Now XU's going to try and sneak in and take a couple. Snake gets the first one, but this is a tough fight. With Castle being so far behind, I mean, you might have to trade these Grubs for some farm as XU's going to get one, but can he get out?
Okay, can he flash? He uses the cease and desist and then into flash away, but solid flashing following after. That's the feat of warfare secured for Estral, who he might be in trouble, but Castle has TP to the play, looks for a knockup with the call, the Forge God, but Solid goes back in. Oh, doesn't get a trade onto Huhi. He survives with a little bit of HP, but now Castle's in trouble because Cody's able to make the first move alongside Dark Wings, and Estral able to go up 4-1 at 9 minutes.
2 for 1 with the Grubs, too. At least it should be, as XU not going to try and get back and contest, but that Grub's still going to be there. So the attempted fight for Disguised, I mean, again, I understand trying to deny the Grubs, but that's a world where if the Ornn doesn't come, you might have gotten XU dead for a Grub, and then Ornn gets free farm. I think Castle TPing, while they traded a 1-for-1 after that, not nearly as worth it. I would have much rather kept Castle's TP and got the Ornn more CS. I think XU dying for 1 Grub, I mean, it sounds goofy, but it really is not the worst thing in the world. As if you get a 3 Grub advantage, it is pretty dire in today's day and age of League.
Yeah, and I want to hit on that because it's amplified by the fact that Castle was already in a deficit with the first 2 deaths of the game. Then you're pulling him away when he desperately needs to catch back up. I'm not sure if that was just like a DSG overruling decision. Castle, we need you here right away for this play. And it's going to come at the cost of Castle still falling further behind, whereas Summit is going to be able to hit this Leandry's Torment at a rapid pace, whereas Castle will probably still be in Kmart trying to shop for his components.
Well, Disguised, I mean, they find themselves in a deficit, and with Estral playing yet another dive comp, this one definitely has to, I mean, it needs a lead like this to be effective. You're playing Ahri Lee Sin. If you're not, driving home a mid-game advantage, you're winning in the mid-game, you're going to be falling behind. So I think the fact that Estral find themselves at this game state, this is a good game state for them where they can snowball and win out from here. I think this Dragon was never going to be an option. They're trading this one for farm on Ornn, as they've now shifted the Azir into the Rumble lane, and they've put their bot lane mid, where Jhin can hopefully be impactful with both lanes with a curtain call if need be. So I do like the assignment coming out from Disguise, but in a way the damage has already been done, as they, the former LCS MVP and Summit does have quite the lead on his shoulders, as him and Estral are trying to compete for that spot.
Another tech pause. Hopefully we can resume as fast as possible. Given the state of things for Estral, the composition, the big early bridge, this Lee Sin and Ahri, so far they've been at least able to link up on one major play. And even if the execution wasn't 100% clean from Solid's Lee Sin, he still got the job done. They're able to secure a majority of the Grubs. They got the Feat of Warfare. I think they're on a fast track to being able to pick up feats of strength in this second game of the series. The question is going to come down to how well can DSG take a step back, relax a bit, and just find good trades on the map where they're not playing into the strengths of Astral's composition here.
Hopefully we can get this one sorted out soon. I know, competing remotely every once in a while, you end up finding some latency issues, pretty common, with short pauses, just to try and wait those out if that's the case. Don't have word about what the exact case is here too, but definitely saw a few short pauses yesterday in our series as well. And while we have time, I mean, shout out to anyone and everyone at home that is tuning in to a promotion tournament on a Monday. Hopefully, depending on where you're at across the states, you're either commuting home from work safely or maybe already home from work or school. But definitely shouts to everyone that decided to tune in to watch Disguise try and compete for in the LTA North Promotion Tournament for that LCS spot for next year.
Also, shout out to co-streamers as well. Being able to spread the word and get more eyes on a very, very awesome high-stakes tournament. This is for the chance to compete in a Tier 1 league for the 2026 season, which obviously Disguised are trying to defend for themselves, and for the rest of the teams here, something that they haven't been able to do at least for a year's time, if not more, when you look at all the individuals. Or there's even a couple of individuals I know, at least from the Tigres, who have yet to play in a Tier 1 setting. I know there's a couple veterans that have played in the LLA before, but I would have to double check my notes here and see which ones could or are fighting for the chance to make a Tier 1 debut, as that would be quite a really, really cool opportunity to have. And that is what we're all playing for at the end of the day, to make it to that next step of competition. And circling back to what we were talking about, one of the benefits that DSG is trying to prove going into this best of 5 against the Straw is how beneficial it was for them to play in the LTA North for the 2025 season here, Matt, because it is an opportunity where you are playing against a higher level of competition. And the way that DSG's story did start, they got rocked. You know, no clean way to go about
for
it.
many
but
splits straight, yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny now because their first coach, Mash, is helping out with Luminosity Gaming too. So
true.
I mean, Mash is looking to kind of take them out after they took him out as well. But I think it's pretty clear for this guys that the changes that they made throughout this split were the ones that they needed to make for the team. As I'm seeing a deep breath and people lock back in, I mean, we're getting back into the game. And yeah, as a team, like being new to the league, this guys, they definitely had a few blips. I think that as a squad, it's very clear that they weren't strong enough, but props to them, like for keeping some pieces, changing others, and finding the mix that they needed to be competitive for this promotion relegation tournament. Because no matter how the year went for Disguise, they were always going to be fighting to get their spot back. And that's very significant coming in.
XU forcing the play onto Summit.
Yeah.
But, yep, cease and desist exchange for the Summoner spell, but now the potential re-engage. XU able to get away from the Equalizer, as Solid is not able to find a connecting Q on to the play for the counter. As the Straw still have the 2,000 gold advantage on their side, but as we alluded to before, they're going to have to do a lot more to make sure that this lead actually turns into a meaningful snowball that can equalize the series.
Yeah, and at least XU got a flash out, because again, playing into Rumble on side lane is definitely something that the Skies comp can do. As, well, we had one try onto the side lane and the flash burn by a top laner. We'll see if Castle has to burn his here. Winsome was waiting for his buddy and Ghost, and here we go.
Perfect interruption by Winsome. Castle not able to get off any of the knockouts, but then
played.
he finds one with a searing charge, and XU over the wall, able to pull the wool over the eyes of his Straw as Cody and Ghost both
TP.
go down, face first into the ground. DSG being able to punish as Summit just teleported a little too late. No equalizer from the prior play on the bottom side. That's 3 kills going over to Dark Wings as Azir.
That is the best case scenario for Disguised, as Castle, yes, he goes to 0-4, but that knockup gets him 3 assists and turns the game around for Disguise as the most important member of their team moving forward got a triple kill.
Watch the replay again. Winsome able to interrupt the Call of the Forge God off of the ult and Q engage, but then it's the re-engage from Castle with his dying breath finds the E knockup under the tower.
That was so creative from Castle. I mean, sending himself back in there. I don't think he gets out, but that double knockup was imperative in buying time for his team to rotate. That was a very telegraphed play. I mean, Winsome, I think, showed out of the brush briefly and was there for a full wave while Ghost came back up. Just took too long for Astral to develop that play. And Disguise, after getting Summit's flash bot, XU was able to reset and be there to defend. That's a really nice play by Disguised again. Gets them back into even footing against a comp that needs to snowball. I mean, you were playing Rumble, Lee Sin, Ahri, Corki. If you're not winning at 1 to 2 items, your game is not going to be good at 3 items plus. This guy's evening up the game as it is now. That's a massive win for them.
And the big thing I am concerned about for Astral Esports is the other half of this Lee Sin Ahri combination in Cody's Ahri. I think just now might be able to finish his first item of the game, but he went for CDR boots, trying to find more playmaking. No, he can't even finish the first item. He's so far behind Dark Wings' Azir, which you want to have that snowball opportunity, being able to create so many aggressive plays on the map before this Azir comes online. At this pace, DSG are going to outscale Astral way before they can even find a moment in this game to just shut them out.
I mean, Lee Sin built Eclipse. From here on out on the patch, he's weaker, right? They really put a lot of power into his early game, but he's weaker for the rest of the game now. And this Ornn, like, yes, you got Miles behind early on, but Castle is only down half a level. The gold is obviously Summit favored, but you're still going to be Ornn. You're gifting out those ornaments and the utility you bring. I mean, we just got a first glimpse of what Ornn can do. Yeah, I'm concerned for Astral. And again, I think that my concern for Astral is it's not just... It is a worrying trend of them not being able to play well enough as a team of 5. And that, I mean, look, League of Legends, how it's evolved, the more objective fights, it really is who is the best team of 5 that can win on the day. And no matter how good your players are, you got to be greater than the sum of your parts. And so far from Astral in this tournament, we just haven't seen that.
Yeah, I mean, that was the story of the LRN playoffs. As Solid looks for a play. Kick flash from the ward, finds Darkwings. He gets exhausted as he tries to push Ghost away with the divide, but he still goes down anyway. Call the Forge God for the re-engage, but he was charmed and CC'd. Castle not able to find the second knockup for DSG, and now everyone is forced to bail. And it's Thrall, even in the aftermath of a disastrous turret dive, able to find some reprieve and win big on the Rift Herald side of the map.
I mean, big play from Solid Snake. He goes down, but he found the Azir again. The most important member of the game for Disguised is this Azir. Ornn, Vi, Jhin, that's not enough damage to bring to a team fight. Azir has to make up for that. He removed Azir immediately from the fight as Darkwings wasn't able to navigate out of that one after he was kick flashed back into his Thrall. So Solid Snake takes him out. They can't stick around and take the Rift Herald. 2 neutral objectives on the map. Disguised should be able to get one of them. But either being picked up by Astral or this first brick in the top side, that's going to be feat secured.
There you go. Astral able to bounce back and still find some leverage in being able to create the mid-game snowball that this composition so heavily depends on for them being able to have a chance at equalizing the series. They don't get a chance to burn down the Rift Herald, but as you called out, they get still solid objectives for themselves across the map. DSG will have a chance to try and scope out some vision. Another tech pause as we will get a chance to take a breather after that fight.
Xy's looking around. He's like, can I hear you? You? Are we all good? As hopefully this is a quick one, but definitely, I mean, I gotta say for Disguised, this is, I mean, this is now 2 early games in a row that have been kind of just okay, or like mistakes around the Herald being made. Something for them to work on moving forward, but I must say, I think that Astral is probably a stronger team than what I saw from the Tigres yesterday, but we got to start thinking Disguise versus Luminosity Gaming. I think the likely matchup that we're going to get in the upper bracket finals and the grand finals, quite frankly. And if we're going to compare those 2 teams head to head, the form that we've seen from Disguise so far, not quite as strong or as dominant as what we saw from Luminosity Gaming in their series.
Yet to determine whether that is going to be a strong point of concern for Disguised when or if they have a chance to match up against Luminosity in this tournament, because their series against Tigres outside of Game 2 was so clinically clean that, I mean, it's no question that Luminosity are one of the favorites for this tournament, and a lot of us on the broadcast were pretty much in agreement that this would be a Disguise versus Luminosity race for the 2026 LCS guest spot. Maybe there is a chance that Astral could clean up some of the coordination, or the Tigres being able to come in as the first seed would prove anything different. But right now in this Game 2 for this series, Astral are doing the best that they can to stand up against DSG with this mid-game spike, as Summit is able to push off XU and Huhi away from the 3rd dragon of the game. Teleports coming in as Cody does find a charm onto Huhi, but it's just to make sure that DSG can't even get a chance to go into the dragon pit. And that's 2 dragons on the board for Astral.
And frankly, given where the game's at, I think you're always giving that dragon away. You just don't want to fight Lee Sin Ari in the window they're in now, and if you can trade that for farm elsewhere, I think Disguised are A-okay to give that one over. Real answer is that, are they going to fight Rift Herald or not here? Because this is probably another give. I think if you're not going to fight Dragon, why would you fight the Rift Herald, right?
Yep. Astral trying to pull it back and away from a flip angle where XU could easily Q over the wall and then just flash out after stealing or denying the Rift Herald away. Good disciplined play from Astral Esports, getting both mid-game objectives here off the map. Now we're under 2 minutes away from the Otacon spawning, at least for the sake of DSG. Able to trade a tier 1 turret on both the top side as well as the bottom side of the map, ensuring that they are not going down empty-handed for these objectives that Astral were able to secure.
Again, I mean, I think that's A-okay for Disguise. You just got your Azir 2 turrets. You can get that Rylai's online a little bit faster. Azir is the key to this game. I mean, you have gold on Darkwings. Jin's going the utility build. Orin's not going to do a lot of damage. This is if Darkwings can carry and be that Emperor, be, you know, who Azir was built to be in the late game. As he's been given all the gifts possible. He's the only member with a gold lead sitting at 1K, and I think that that's the right resource allocation here for Disguise. I think they're making the right call.
Castle might be in trouble here as Summit is getting a huge trade, bringing him to nearly 50% HP. Cody and Winsome all hovering the bottom side of the map, but a fight breaks out in the mid lane. Solid almost about to die, but he might be able to at least trade one on a Huhi. The equalizer does enough damage, and Solid trying to get away, but Castle finds him, bonks him over the head, but now it's Cody with the turn, looking for the Spirit Rush as they jump on the Darkwings. It's a triple for Ghost, and Estral go big in the Dragon River.
Oh, not a pause after the team fight. That's a bummer. But yeah, that was, I thought that Snake was going to go down. Solid Snake lived forever in that one. That was the right Metal Gear Solid impression, as he was caught out, but the trap was for everyone else. And I still think that these fights around the Ornn, or just going on in the mid game, it's not the right timer yet for Disguise. You were playing into the power window of the Ahri, of the Lee Sin, of the Rumble, and the Corki, for that matter. And yeah, even with that pick, we saw it was a 1v3 early on, just not even close to being enough gas in the tank to take that, member down. And I think that any fight that you look at or you find where Azir is not there and Azir is not set up and Azir is not happy is just not a fight you can take right now if you're Disguised.
Gotta be a little bit more patient in this current timer of the game for Disguise, as I don't remember or recall if Darkwings had his second item yet for that fight.
He had Rylai's. Yeah, he had Rylai's.
Okay.
But even then, like, you want to play a slow fight, it was a good engage onto him, but he wasn't there at the start. If he's there at the start, that Lee Sin that you find, you pick off, Azir probably gets him, right? Mm-hmm. Azir wasn't able to be a part of that DPS, so while it was a 3-on-1 and that looked tantalizing, you lose out on that. I mean, you as a team, I think we're down to, okay, this has to be built and be around Azir, right? Like, this has to be the game that Azir dictates. We're going to play on his timers when his fights are good. Outside of that, we play to get him the most resources possible, which, keep in mind, they just did. Like, Darkwings took the top outer turret and then TP'd to take the bot outer turret. That's a really good play if you're going to give away Rift and Dragon. You get your most important member, 2 outers like that. That was a good response from Disguised. Taking that fight, well, I mean, it looked tantalizing from me, too. Not enough gas in the tank to get through that Lee Sin. That's another big team fight loss and a lot more gold going over to the side of the straw.
Oh boy. Well, with we might be in a.
He's actually Solid Snake now. We can't see him. Where'd he go?
Yeah. This might be a longer pause here. So, Cubby, at what point do we break out the podcast? Well, I just want to put that feeler out there.
I mean, what's different than saying, like, what time we break out the podcast? I've been trying to do that the whole time. We went down the Hui rabbit hole. We what other cards can we bring to the table?
I'm down to continue going down some of the NACL stories for Disguise, but I think more importantly, since Istral are the ones in the driver's seat, we haven't given enough love over to them. And what I will say is that while this team has definitely struggled in the playoffs and looking cohesive, we cannot iterate this enough. The pedigree of all 5 of these individual members is very impressive, and they were brought onto this team for a reason. Astral Esports, they were in a partnership with Isuras at the beginning of this year, and unfortunately, when we made the merger happen, Latin American teams went to either LTA North or LTA South. And so Astral and Isuras were able to at least play together in the LTA South for the first 2 splits, but then the partnership ended, so it opened up an opportunity for Astral Esports to try and fight for their way back into a Tier 1 setting through the LRN. And so, obviously, the focus of this roster is just trying to and assemble some of the best players the LLA has ever produced. Solid Snake, a 2-time LLA winner, and Cody, a 2-time LLA winner, and being able to also, both of them, attend international events, either Worlds or MSI, during their career. And of course, we've already said a lot about Summit and Ghost and Winsome that many international fans will be very familiar with. This is where they have to really find the coordination necessary among all 5 of these members. Obviously, they haven't had the most time together. This roster came at the tail end of June and started warming up for the second split in our Tier 2 scene. But at some point, if they really want to make that push back into Tier 1, they have to be able to overcome the communication obstacles that they've been facing and just find something that connects them all. And well, it hasn't been pretty all the time, Matt, but you can definitely see that the effort is there. They are trying their best to find good fights that line up with the strengths of their composition, especially in this game too.
I mean, so far the lead scenario has been good. It's just that I think late game, what happened last time around was the setups weren't cohesive or good enough, and the defensive identity that Disguise did have did win out at the end of the day. I think that there is potential for Disguise to find the same angle in this time around. So, look, I think this game's going to be close moving forward. But yeah, we got to give Astral credit for this game. And it's not like they didn't play well in a couple games against Conviction. I just think that Conviction as a team, I mean, they're playing to go in no matter what. And if they could play out their comp, they could win. And if they couldn't play out their comp, they would just lose. Because they weren't good enough to kind of play deeper league than that. Like, we didn't see them pulling off a play where they're sending their mid laner to pick up the 2 outer turrets while the other team gets the 2 objectives, right? That's not the kind of team that Conviction was, or the kind of rotations we saw from them. So I didn't gain confidence from Istral from that, because I felt like a better team on the day would beat them. And so far, I mean, I think Disguise in game 1, they were the better team. This time around, though, Disguise has made some, I would say, blips or mistakes that Istral have definitely punished. So, again, I don't want to draw too much away from just 2 games we've seen from Disguise, but Luminosity Gaming are a hell of a competitor that we have in the NICL that will be playing for that slot and did look good yesterday. And that is the team in the matchup that I expect for this tournament to come down to. It's LG versus Disguised in the upper bracket finals and in grand finals. I'd be very shocked and surprised that is not the case. And in that head-to-head, there are a couple things going on in the early game here that I'm a little bit worried about as Disguised in the long haul.
Yeah, I think that's totally valid to point out, because when we've seen the concerns that we had for Astral Esports, a lot of us on the broadcast were very favoring a very steadily, easily dominant win from Disguised going into Astral Esports, given all of the shakiness and the inconsistencies we've seen despite the pedigree of this roster. But the fact that Astral are challenging them on strong timers that matches up with what their composition wants to do, and DSG are, I think disrespecting is the right word here. I don't know if you agree with that, Matt, or not, or maybe they're overestimating how well they can hands check these guys. But if this is the level of play we're seeing from DSG, then Luminosity might be licking their lips a little bit, eagerly awaiting whoever emerges victorious from this best of 5 on the other side in the upper finals here.
Yeah, could be. As gonna get a look at where our game is at again. If you guys are just joining us, we are in a bit of an elongated pause. We've had pauses on and off here for a couple of moments, but this one is a little bit longer. Yeah, I mean, it's been a couple fights that I just don't think this guy's gonna take. I think actually giving himself to take 1 grub here is not terrible, but Castle porting in was, I think, a little bit of a tough decision. And we have seen Snake get real value on this Lee Sin early on. I mean, I gotta say, like, this fight, I know he goes down, but he was clean. The next fight we're gonna see, he makes the play on the Dark Wings that was the game winner. Oh, okay, fine. After this was a big one for Castle, the fact that he got out of this, as this double knockup ended up being very expensive for Astral. And yeah, I mean, this was really, I guess, the one oopsie so far that we saw from his throw. Like this got Disguise really back in the game, but when Snake has been able to dictate the pace of the game on this Lee Sin, it's been quite big. Yeah, this is the play I was referencing from Snake. I mean, this is a massive engage that he's able to find here on Darklings, and the speed at which he pulls it off, very solid too.
Watching that replay again, I didn't realize that the ward had already placed him well behind Darkwings.
Yeah, and he did it to guarantee it. Yeah.
Yeah. Just in case Darkwings flashed on top of him and ruined the angle of the kick. So
or Shreema shuffle and you delay it, you know?
Yeah. So I like the double down from Solid Snake, even if it looked a little goofy in the replay.
And that's about where our game's at. There's one more team fight that we saw that was a 4-for-1 for his Thrall. And that's we're gonna get back into that one after the pause. So, which was this one? They couldn't take down Snake. So yeah, I guess podcast over here, Rafa. I'm being told from our production staff that it is ping issues. So we got a couple more minutes before we're gonna get out of that one, as we're gonna try and make sure that the latency is pure. Again, Disguised playing from the Shopify Rebellion Bootcamp Center or headquarters. I'm not sure which one, but up in Toronto. I'm not sure where Astral is located, but I do know these servers are located in Chicago that everyone's playing on. So,
if I'm not mistaken, Astral Esports are playing from Mexico City. So
okay.
Not sure if we don't know exactly.
They don't have to travel far then if they're playing on the 12th. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Again, all games will be remote until October 12th, where our teams will travel to Mexico City to take care of that. So, it'll be fun.
Teams trying to do the best to lock in. These are always the most brutal moments of a game when you do have a pause like this and having to make sure that, because I know that there's like certain rules about how long you're not allowed to talk to each other to maintain competitive integrity, right? I don't know if there's like at a certain point you're allowed to talk to each other, but these moments can be so brutal because you have to make sure that as you're getting loaded back into the game, you're thinking and reminding to yourself, okay, what are our current game state conditions? What does our map look like? You know, what's our next objective that we want to play for? How long do we have before the enemy team composition finds a decent spike, right? That is always a big challenge in moments like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the stress of competing. At least we see a smile from Isaac's face over there. As I'd always expect to see it from him first, for the most part. But see if our pro team in Disguise can step up. And, I mean, Thrall definitely have the experience dealing with this with many years of stage experience as well. Just kind of part of, especially playing remotely. As at least it's fun to see a peek into all the players. It's way better than being stuck on our faces up here on the broadcast. That'd truly be the worst scenario.
Oh, I'm definitely a fan of that. I think it's a lot more dynamic to see what the players are expressing at the moment, as it does look like they do have a chance to communicate in chatter. And I am getting word from production. We're going to send to a break. We will try to return to the game as soon as possible. Thank you, everyone at home, for your patience. We'll see you hopefully shortly soon.
block. We cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the date. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, hey. A giant like a titan, ready for combat, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers, standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky, we'll make the rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us, yeah. To the arena, wild animals. We are lions, we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky. We are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire. We will blow your mind. World dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah.
to what I can see or be, I swear it. I live to tell my story. You won't tell it for me. So catch us if you can. You don't need a plan. You would need an army. Oh, this is all in the road. You have to come now, embrace the storm. And when we go, there's no holding on. And when we go, there's no holding on. So, this is all in the road. You have to come now, embrace the storm. And when we go, there's no holding on. And when we go, there's no holding on. So this is all in the road. You have to come now, embrace the storm. And when we go, there's no holding on. And when we go, there's no holding on. This is all in the road. You have to come now, embrace the storm. And when we go, there's no holding on. And when we go, there's no holding on. We're burning to the to the ground. We're burning to the to the all in it. Push limits, keep on keeping on. Dream winning, all in it. Push limits. We're burning to the ground. The ground. Decide my own fate, won't look back again. My way, raise the stakes, and I won't back down. Watch it burn for the hell of it. Watch it burn right to the ground. To the ground. And every step that we take goes the way that we want. And there's a lesson in the pressure and the way that we want. A certain act of passing the time or the rising of suns. It's not about what you became, it's about what you can become. And everything I used to think is not a matter of fact. Just don't break, don't be fake, and never sit back. And when they hate what you got, it's just you got what they lack. And when they praising you to your face, keep watching your back.
hello everyone. Just wanted to make a brief notice that we are still waiting on server stability to improve. If you hadn't gotten a chance to check socials, that is the reason why we are on a tech pause. Majority of the servers are currently down at the moment, and that is what we are awaiting on the improvement of. So we are hoping and intending on finishing this match as soon as possible and trying to still resolve it for today. Hopefully, we will be able to return back to our best of 5 between Disguise and Astral as soon as possible. Again, thank you so much for your patience, and hope we see you soon.
stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. Just write the checks. I am the one and I'm coming next. I'm always right cause I never left. So you should bow down and show respect. Stacking the weight, mounting the pressure enough on my plate. Moving the muscle, I'm making my way. Leaving my opponents in disarray. You didn't know what you're learning today. Learning today. So you wanna try me? Nah. You know I get grimy. You're not gonna tie me down. So how do you like me now? Now is the time. The iron is hot and I'm ready to strike. Finding my flame, I ain't dimming my light. But haters gonna hate and play with your don't you tell me about no tears, no pain, no fear, no gain. 'Cause I know what it feels like to touch the bottom when the top is just a moment away. Don't leave another second wasted. You make it count so you control the role you made. I know tears, no pain, no more excuses. So don't you tell me about no tears, no pain, no fear, no gain. 'Cause I know what it feels like to touch the bottom when the top is just a moment away. Don't leave another second wasted. You make it count so you control the role you made. No, no, no. I know tears, no pain, no more excuses. block. We cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the date. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect. Hey, hey, hey.
A giant like a titan, ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers, standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky, we'll make the rise. Through the ring of fire, in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us, yeah. Hands to the sky as we enter the arena, wild animals. We alive, we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy, the battle's coming. We're creating our destiny, open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now, we're going for gold. This time is for heroes, a new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah.
servers are improving and they are better, and we have every intention of trying to finish and resume the series as soon as possible. We are taking a 10-minute definitive timer to test the server quality and deem it whether it is playable for both teams to resume the series. We will share an update at the end of that 10-minute timer of whether we will resume the series or have a different solution. Again, thank you everyone for your patience. This is just as hard on us as it is probably for everyone at home. So we really do appreciate everyone hoping and expecting to see the best. So see you shortly.
Running through every block, we cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the day. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey. Give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, hey.
like a giant, like a titan. Ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors. Rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers. Standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high. Fighting eye to eye, we start a fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We'll make the rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us, yeah. Hands to the sky as we enter the arena. Wild animals, we alive, we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky. We are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We can touch the sky. We can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We are soldiers. We are heroes. We are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. Every battle leaves a scar and I will wear it. I channel the energy, I can feel it in the air. No limit to what I can see or be, I swear it. I live to tell my story. You won't tell it for me. So catch us if you can. You don't need a plan. You would need an army. Oh, oh, this is all in the monster road. You have to come now, embrace the storm. And when we go, there's no holding on. And when we go, there's
Hello, everyone. Some positive news. We will be resuming the series at 6:30 Pacific time, 9:30 Eastern time. Both of the. 4:30. My bad. I was wrong time zone. Okay, again, 4:30 Pacific in 20 minutes. So that is for Eastern time, 7:30. So again, thank you everyone at home for your patience. Both teams have been informed. They will be ready at that time. See you in 20 minutes.
Running through every block, we cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the date. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey. Give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, hey.
a giant like a titan. Ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors. Rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers. Standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high. Fighting eye to eye, we start a fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We'll make the rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us, yeah. Hands to the sky as we enter the arena, wild animals. We alive, we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy, the battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now, we're going for gold. This time is for heroes, a new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. Every battle leaves a scar and I will wear it. I channel the energy, I can feel it in the air. No limit to what I can see or be, I swear it. I live to tell my story. You won't tell it for me. So catch us if you can. You don't need a plan. You would need an army. Oh, oh, oh.
one's gonna take your hand, uncertain as you are. You keep on hoping, hoping, but that ain't me. You got a sentimental heart that's broken easily. You kept the fire burning, but now it's gone. You said the world stopped turning, but that was wrong. I've been thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now. Thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now. Start it over now. I better start it over now. Start it over now. I better start it over now. Thinking about it, 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 thinking about it. I've been thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now. Thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now. Start it over now. I better start it over now. Start it over now. I better start it over now. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There's another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No life.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. And the fact that we have 2 cameras on screen, I think spells good fortune in being able to return and resume this series. And not just this series, but we might be able to even resume game 2 from where we just last left off, which was about an hour ago. So to recap, if you're just tuning in or you might have forgotten where we were, Cubby, let's break it down. We're about 18 minutes and some change. Estral just won a big fight on the dragon side of the river. 3rd dragon was secured for Estral.
I'm not sure that one was secured yet. It's around there, but Estral have a mid-game comp. They need to keep on playing quick. It's Rumble, Lee Sin, Ari, Corki. Keep that in mind. So playing fast is good against the Ornn, Azir, Jhin, you know, where you want to scale up and get that late game damage going with the Azir. So yeah, I think important that Estral has a lead right now. They need to keep their foot on the pedal, and we'll see if they can pick up where they left off, because we left off with them winning a fight 4-for-1. As keep in mind, Disguise went all in on Snake. They weren't able to take Solid Snake down. Rest of the team got 4 kills. We're talking about Disguise fighting at the wrong timers for that game, and that's where we're at. So I don't know if we have enough time to actually get through some of the footage, maybe the highlights of where we were at, because hopefully we can get into the game as soon as possible. As some region-wide server issues were going on, unfortunately, they're not going to stop us from getting through this game.
We're back, chat! Oh my god, sorry if I just blew up your ears, but you know what? After waiting for nearly an hour, I'm so happy to see some freaking League of Legends back on my screen, y'all. And Otacon just spawned, so here we go. Mid-game stride, where Estral really need to secure this snowball advantage for themselves, because if they are not able to slam this home, then Disguise, as you mentioned, the scaling advantage is on their side as long as they are protecting and playing around Dark Wings' Azir.
Yeah, I honestly just excited to get back into this one because if Thrall weren't able to finish up this game, I mean, this is a lead where they can turn this one into a win. Again, need to keep the pace of the game going. I think that really favors them as they knock down the mid-outer turret after the Dragon was secured a while back. We got 2 minutes until the next one, but as Thrall setting their sights on the top side, as that is the side of the map the Otacon has spawned on for this game.
Right now, Thrall are doing the right steps to secure vision on that top side river. You see that XU and a couple members here, Huhi and Darkwings, trying to make their way to contest some of that vision on the top side of the map. Castle is answering the split from Cody on the bottom side. Both of those solo laners have teleport available. Do Istral feel confident in just starting up the Otacon right here, right now?
I think you absolutely want to fight. Ghost has gotten so many kills off the last couple of skirmishes that have gone Astral's way. He is very fed on this Corki. He is at the 2-item spike, has a Dirk as well. So Corki is as strong as possible for the Otacon fight coming in. And if you're Astral, yeah, I mean, you want to make this one happen. Right? They can't tank it that well. So that's going to be a choice that Astral has to make. I do not think that Disguise wants to touch this Otacon. The only way that they can win a fight is if the Resistance Shred creates a scenario for them where they might be able to find something. But again, the defensive identity for Disguised, it was so good in Game 1 around the Poppy, the Braum, peeling for the Lucian with the Orianna. This time around, they have to use that defense to make sure Darkwings can fight and have a good game. Because there's not a lot of damage coming from the Ornn or the Jhin, but Azir can make up for that tenfold if he is empowered to have good fights. We saw Solid Snake use the Lee Sin flash kick in order, or kick flash, to make sure that Darkwings was put into the team in the last fight. And I gotta imagine that's gonna be the goal for Istral moving forward with how they want to play out these skirmishes. It is make sure Darkwings' life is as hard as possible, as he doesn't want to. They don't want to give him a clean fight.
And the 4th dragon of the game just spawned on the Rift, so now there is a
they're hitting the
serious
Otacon.
decision to be made.
Yeah, they're hitting the Otacon. They're pulling off. Rift Herald was dropped. Thrall are trying to respond. They did push them off the Otacon, and there will be a crash in the mid lane here for Lee, but this might lead to something. I mean, Rahel can at least look for a W here.
Gonna be the case here. Oh, he does find it, but no real follow-up. I think XU and Darkwing is gonna try their luck again for the Otacon. Look at this.
Yeah, they're gonna try it again. XU looks like he's pulling it up, and they're just gonna keep on having this little back and forth of trying to get Istral away from the Dragon to respond to the Otacon. And so far, I mean, it has been buying time in favor of Disguised. Again, time is their friend. So if they can stall out this game, slow it down a bit, they've gotten their summoner spells back up. I do think that's a positive scenario for them.
Crazy thing is that Istral have only managed to find, I think, just one turret off the map in this dance for the past 3 minutes since Otacon has spawned. The fact that these guys are able to prolong this objective for so long, it is challenging Astral's ability to find the window to shut this game out before the game scales out of their favor.
I mean, look, this has been Astral. I think the diagnosis of them is that for the first 15, 20 minutes of the game, they have been able to use their individual prowess to get leads, but as a team, their solutions later on have not been as good. We saw this in the series against Conviction as well. I think that when Conviction was able to play out their drafts and the picks that they knew well, we saw Astral not respond well to that. And I got to give credit to Disguise for that sequence. I think that's a really calm, steady way to play the game after an hour-plus long pause for both these guys. I think that was a good solution for Disguised, and now they're going to start hitting this Dragon where they have position. They're going to get the TP out of Summit. We'll see what happens from here because XU is going to pull off, and yeah, I still think this is not a fight that Disguise wants at all. But they're going to have time to get to the Otacon. They're going to drop that bot wave.
Can they play for mid, maybe?
Give
Not
the Dragon,
really.
but no, they can't.
Yeah.
Astral's still way too damn strong right now.
Yeah, Darkwings has to catch bot wave 2. He does have teleport. Astral is looking, hunting. Look, Cody doesn't find the charm on anyone and used all 3 uses of that Spirit Rush there. So that ultimate is gone. Baron is now alive. Otacon has yet to be taken this game, and Disguised still trying to give some time over to Darkwings, farming up a Storm on the bottom side of the map. He's already completed his Seekers, so he can at least make one play before the completion of his Zonias. And Estral, they're 3,000 gold ahead, Matt, but if we call back to playoffs LRN, when we look at some of the games that Estral had leads against the Tigres, and we're not able to close out the leads, that's where longtime Estral fans are going to be very concerned for their squad, despite them having the advantage at 25 minutes.
Yeah, a big advantage of that, too, as Ghost has a Collector completed. And yeah, the top side of the map, we're going to have a TP coming out from Darkwings. They do see Cody bot. I imagine this is going to be hit. They're going to try and get Cody's TP at minimum.
Cody is taking a recall right now. I hope that he has a major purchase here. Probably not a full third item, but maybe some decent components.
They're pulling it off.
Nothing really.
He TP'd
Okay,
mid?
well, he
They should
TP'd mid.
finish. Why would you TP mid?
Okay, well, DSG, you have the opportunity, unless
Finish it.
Solid Snake can pull off a miracle here. Winsome goes in with the engage, looks for Darkwings. He's able to slide on back to the right side. Solid tags Otacon, looks for the flash play, but Rahel's able to flash in time, and now Solid Snake is compromised. Cody going in with the Spirit Rush once again. Someone finds the first drop onto Huhi. Darkwing is not going to survive this one, and this Thrall, it didn't look good at first, but they still find a way through it all on the backs of Cody and Ghost, pulling it off. It's the ace for his Thrall at 26 minutes, and they'll pick up the Otacon.
Darkwings was found at the start of the fight again by Estral. They need to have a setup where Darkwings is able to fight. I really thought that was an okay play from Disguise given the Otacon. And where Cody TP'd, I thought there was a window where they would be able to burst it, but they aren't able to execute the fight. Darkwings used the Seekers, didn't use the flash. As if we get a second look, I'm kind of curious to see how he went down, because Darkwings, again, he needs to be the linchpin and the DPS of this team. Him being taken out first in the major fights that we've seen has been the biggest boon for Estral, as I think this game has reached a breaking point that Disguise cannot push through, as Estral has a significant lead with a Baron in hands that will be up and available for them when their soul spawns.
So massive for Estral to clutch up when it mattered most after a grueling tech pause. It's always difficult to try and get locked back in and understand what your win conditions are and remind yourself how to sync up everything with the rest of your team, but they're able to prove that their mental resilience is strong enough to be able to play at the right time and now find themselves 7,000 gold ahead. They're also on soul points, so by the time that dragon spawns in under 2 minutes while they're playing on this top side of the map with their Baron buff, they have pretty much everything going for them to close out this game and equalize the series up.
Yeah, ornaments are coming in, but I think it's going to be a little bit too little too late, as Castle, this Ornn hasn't been able to get in the game.
Going in.
Darkwings?
Darkwings tries to flash in, scoops up two. Ghost is slain. Rahel's still alive, but Darkwings falls at the price of it. Huhi's gonna get knocked up next. And a last-ditch effort from Disguise looked admirable at first, but still, it's a massive numbers advantage for Estral, 4-2. And I don't think Rahel and Castle are gonna be able to do enough to stop Estral from taking whatever they want in this base.
Yeah, tough spot for Darkwings. He goes in, gets the shutdown on Ghost, who was legendary, but of course, you need to be that Emperor in the backline on this iteration of Azir when you have the Rywise, you have the Nashers. So going in like that and torpedoing, yes, he finds the trade and gets a big shutdown, but of course the fight does go the way of Estral, and with the Baron empowered recalls on the majority of the members, they should be able to make sure their map is right for the Soul to spawn, as Infernal Soul is available for them here in 35 seconds.
Yep, enough time for Estral to redeploy back on the map. Even Summit TPing to that minion wave just to make sure that he is there even earlier. Linking up with Cody through the bottom side of the map, they should be able to establish vision control in that blue quadrant jungle before Disguise can set up their own vision. Actually, you might get a chance to look for this empowered Scuttle Crab and find Cody and Summit on the right side. Oh, XU should be fine, be able to link back up with the rest of the team, but Cody's gonna look for the charm, doesn't find it on XU, forced to flash over the left wall. Solid Snake goes in, and he is gifted a free buy, and that should be it, folks. Cody, one last Spirit Rush charge, gets another reset, and it's just too easy for Estral. Finally finding the snowball, finally finding the team fight win to close game 2 out.
All right, folks. Well, if you waited around that long, you've at least been rewarded with the series, as Astral able to convert their Game 2 lead into a victory. And for Disguise, they need to go back to the drawing board. I think the tank for Castle wasn't a great start to the game for him. Having Rahel on a Jhin and not a massive carry looked like a bit of a different team versus Game 1. And Ghost, that time around, the lead he was able to pick up, he converts it to a victory with his team.
The big reward, especially for all of the Astral fans who were waiting at home with anticipation and almost anxious to see the outcome of this game, knowing that the history of this roster throughout Split 2, sometimes when they have those early game leads, not always able to translate that consistently into a game-winning advantage, but Astral able to step up at the right time and have the clutch factor over Disguise in this game too. Now, we're on even footing, Matt. 1-1. Both of these teams still 2 games away from closing out the series in their side. I'm curious now what things are going to look like going into Game 3.
Again, I think if I'm Disguised, get Rahel on a carry where he can carry the game. Castle is more comfortable on fighters. Again, I think the comp in isolation, it made sense for me from Disguise, given what they wanted to do and given what the draft that Astral had was. But I think Disguise as a team identity, it didn't fit them quite as well. So I'm curious if they turn to what makes Disguise really the best team that they can be, with finding roles that fit their player identities and the strengths they have on the roster. I think that's going to be a big key going into the game.
Game 2 officially wrapped up here, folks. It's time to take a quick cool down. We'll see you on the other side for Game 3.
Giant like a titan, waiting for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers, standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we can touch the sky, we can make the sky.
Welcome back, everyone. Do not be alarmed. We're still resuming game 3. It's just that Cubby's camera feed is lagging. So, but you can still hear Cubby on the stream.
Way. As you know, I have a face for radio, as we like to say.
Wow, that's tough. But you know what's not tough? Or actually, well, tough in a positive manner was Solid's Lee Sin performance this game. Wasn't always 100% the cleanliest, but I will say Solid got the job done and clutched up when he needed to for the squad. Being able to, although this replay definitely does him dirty since he's not able to clean up the who he played, but he makes up for it later on. He has the kick flash on the Dark Wings later on, and he's able to bait Disguise into a overall what seemed like a good fight for Disguise, but ended up being in a very bad one, and giving Astral a big window to use his leverage for that Otacon fight. Oh, I don't have Matt. No! Okay, well, we are solo casting for a bit until I get my favorite golf enthusiast back on cast with me. So, continuing the conversation as what me and Matt had planned on discussing is going into this game 3, Disguise need to be able to draft a composition that plays really well to empowering Rahel. While Jin can be useful in the right scenarios, it definitely didn't seem like he was given nearly as many opportunities to flourish as deadly as he would have liked, pun was intended, as Disguise. Now looking at the rest of the 80 carry pool, Ezreal has been constantly taken off the board. I don't know if that means for Disguise, maybe they want to look for an earlier priority on the Ezreal in the first round before it is banned off the table. But for Astral, one of the biggest questions we had going into this series was the fact that Summit and Ghost, for a majority of the LRM playoff stories that we had seen against STM Tigres, is that they're easily able to find multiple early game advantages for themselves, but not always able to translate that into game wins for the squad. This time, it was a successful turnaround on that, as I do believe I have Cubby back with me.
No, I mean, that was a game where I feel like the team that needed to win out on the mid game, they won. And I think Disguise, I mean, look, in the modern day and age of League, you do have to fight for stuff and see what you can take. But I think that Disguise took a few fights, maybe a little bit too fast, that helped propel that game get out of control in favor for Astral. So we'll see if Disguise can go back to the drawing board and what they can bring out for game 3. I know that when it comes to identities, Rafa, it is something where for Disguise, I feel like, again, that comp was somewhat cohesive and playable, but I don't think it fit the identity of what is strongest for them as individuals. With Castle on Ornn and Rahel on Jhin, I feel like those are both carry players that could be enabled and are usually enabled by the rest of the team. And I'm curious to see if they really return to that identity and formula that has given them success in the past.
Take a look at that top lane matchup. This is not the first time that Summit has been able to find an individual advantage, at least in the laning phase, and especially not just this series. It has been something that Summit has been consistently able to do, even through Astral's run through the LRN, even against the top laner Johnny over in STM Tigres. But it was always a question of, okay, you smash laning phase, or you're able to get a solid advantage in laning phase. Does that actually matter? Does Astral as a 5-man unit translate that? And the answer wasn't always yes. But this was a good example, and the fact that Summit was able to use that on probably one of the best champions we still have remaining on this patch in the Rumble was at least very, very good for the stakes of Astral for the rest of this series, because if you get your hands on Rumble and you're not able to close the game out, then that feels pretty bad going into the rest of the Fearless draft scenario.
Yeah, I know that we've had a few swaps. So, you know, that gold did at 14. It's
not exactly these two laning head-to-head. But still, the swaps, I feel like Astral managed those swaps quite well in that game. But where it was game 1, we kind of knew the Lucian Braum were going to be sticking together. And they swapped the Kai'Sa and tried to get Ghost ahead in that matter. Didn't work out nearly as well as this game, where, again, Summit reached critical mass rather early on this Rumble. And the Ornn pickup for Disguise just didn't pay off into it.
did not help that Castle was either focused down a lot or sometimes overplayed his hand in moments when he had to really be defensive. And we're going to touch on the AD carry matchup once again, because not only are these two carries that important and pivotal to the success of both Estral and DSG. When you think about it, Matt, when both of these current roster iterations were formed, these were the two big noteworthy pickups for the squad. Obviously, when Estral was formed together, all 5 members, as soon as everyone hears a world champions on this team, then all eyes are going to automatically be on Ghost. But the same thing for Rahel, not necessarily those kind of international noteworthy accomplishments, but the fact that he was the big name coming from SK Gaming after he made his tier 1 debut over in or not tier 1 debut, but his LEC debut. That was kind of like the big marker of, oh, you know what? DSG getting a formidable, strong AD carry that they can play around and confidently rely on to carry games for them. That's got to be the big focus for this team every single time.
Yeah, and again, I mean, looking at the swaps and how things were impacted, both Rahel and Castle were down with the ADs and the top laners kind of swapping. Definitely speaks to at least how well Estral played those swaps and that early game, and the fact that some of these swaps just didn't pan out for Disguise the way it did the first time around. So getting into game 3, again, I think a big checklist for Disguise. What else can they get that can fit their identity and the strengths of the individuals they have on this roster? Meanwhile, for Estral, look, Lee Sin Ari playing that plays pretty fast, and it's pretty tough to find as many mid laners or jungle pairings that can play that fast again. I think that's one of the real features of Fearless Draft. But it feels to me, and what I've seen from Estral across the past 3 days of play, going back to their series against Conviction as well, they look best when they're able to dive. It has been 2 dive comps that they've really shown in the first 2 games today. So curious if they continue to commit to that identity, and then how many more champs they can find that can really fit that identity for themselves, because it seems to solve some problems, at least when it comes to grouping and objective control, when they can dive, be ahead, and make plays from there.
I mean, if all 5 of you can just ping, I'm going in, no other words need to be spoken. You can just communicate on smart pings at that point, and that usually gets the job done, especially when you have the advantage, because then you just stat check them. But going into this game 3, that's going to be the big question, as you alluded to. What other jungle mid combinations can you lock down for Solid Snake and Cody to be able to link up with the rest of this Estral core from Summit, Winsome, and Ghost to make sure that you can consistently pull those off? Already deep into the ban phase, Trundle, Wukong taken off the table once again. Xin is up and available. Do DSG just snipe this jungler away?
I think so, given the Sejuani ban too, because that's the other jungler that you might be setting up for if you throw the Trundle ban out. So definitely a priority on getting some priority for XU. One of the stronger junglers on the patch locked in. And now, I mean, we'll see if Solid Snake wants to go for that Pantheon. We have yet to really see Pantheon make a splash in this tournament. They did nerf his clear speed coming into the day. Ooh. As, I mean, another feature of the patch is that Jack's got a pretty big buff. Definitely been a big champ for Summit in the past, and something you could even play into the Xin Zhao in the jungle too.
That's what wants to pick. That's where my mind is at as well. So it's a nice flex option for Estral, picking it this early. Also, just giving Summit a lot of confidence if he's just going to take this for himself later on to the draft. Estral will have the flexibility of deciding whether to do that or not. But right now, Estral might just think about locking in a 80 carry blind option for themselves for Ghost. And what better way to empower the rest of your team to go forward than a Sivir?
That makes a Galio on 3 pretty appealing for Cody too, as it's just a good pairing with Sivir, right? Having that giant circle and the taunt to really help empower Sivir, and Sivir can help empower you as Galio, get in there a little bit too. And it would maintain the Jax flex. So I'm kind of interested to see if Disguise wants to take away something like a Galio. If so, then, I mean, that's a pretty one-dimensional comp they're showing early on. It's at least going to be a Cassante pickup for Castle, a very good champ for him, and a deny away from Summit. I will say that if they want to utilize the Jax flex, I mean, Summit's known for his Gnar, and they could put Jax jungle and get Gnar a good matchup in this game if they want to do so.
It's a gamble that DSG are taking if they want to continue or at least try and protect Castle in the top lane. Nocturne was the other jungler we mentioned from game 2, and I like this option. You are giving an opportunity for Galio to be banned away and denied, as that double global options would be very scary for DSG to deal with, but I do like at least trying to secure one of the last strong AD fighting junglers that is left in the game for a Thrall.
They gotta imagine a Galio ban's coming in now for Disguised as the ability to play fast into Victor. You pretty much get a free game as Galio. You can protect that Sivir later on too, as we are going to see at least Yunara taken away. And as again, ADs against Rahel. Likely to see a second ban. What else can you use to protect the Sivir? I mean, stuff like
Ezreal.
Are you still yeah, that could be an Ezreal. Yeah, it could be an Ezreal ban here. I think that you're a little bit less scared of that as Sivir, because Sivir can just bash the waves in against Ezreal.
Sure.
But still good defense against Jack's Nocturne. So I think that's a good shout. And something that's been denied from Rahel for the entire series so far. First time he's going to have the option to take it in the second round of the draft.
I think it's a good pivot for Thrall to recognize that Xayah would be a lot harder to deal with their very set dive identity when you already have a Nocturne locked into your composition. DSG finding other mid laners that Cody could rely on in trying to get into the back line. Good ban on the Akali. So now Thrall, it could be.
Yeah. I mean, Rakan is honestly, you can pick Rakan up here if you want to save mid. You can already piggyback off Nocturne and Jax. Bit of a deny from Hui as well. So they banned the Xayah, take the Rakan for themselves. This does give Hui the option, though, to take... I mean, look, Nautilus against Spell Shields, definitely down in priority, but it's a decent matchup into Rakan if Hui wants to find some engage there. And we'll see what else Rahel wants to go for, because Ezreal's on the board, but again, I don't think this is exactly an Ezreal game.
Do you play for engage, though, or do you just play for strong disengage? Is there a world where there's a support that Hui wants to go to?
You could Lulu. It could be Jinx Lulu. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Jinx Lulu. So look, into Nocturne, having that polymorph is really big. And with Rahel, I mean, look, I like this identity a lot more for Disguised. I think empowering Rahel was big. The polymorph can be very valuable. And this is a very strong defensive late game core yet again from Disguised. So game 1, they were able to survive and weather the storm and make it later, to the later stages of the game where we saw Disguised get back into this one. Is Straw going to have to be aggressive and are going to do so with a Cassio mid? I got to say, I don't like this pick. I feel like as Cassio, you're getting outranged pretty heavily by both a Victor and a Jinx. And you do not synergize at all really with a Nocturne wanting to go in. Your idea is to be this lane bully that can kind of get ahead a little bit early on and be very big, very tanky later on. But you're going to get spaced really badly by Jinx. I do not agree with that pick at all.
Yeah, the only way you salvage this as Cody is if you do not take teleport and you go for something like Ghost Flash, and then you
you got Sivir for the Ghost. Cassio Sivir is actually a good combo. I just don't think that's going to be enough move speed to like get in and close the gap. As this, if you're Disguised, I mean, you're talking about Victor slows on the E. You're talking about Jinx spacing, Xin Zhao ability to buy space with Crescent Guard. If you can play a fight where Cassio is not able to get that machine gun going with the Q and E, if you're not in range to participate in the fight as Cassio, you go down a lot in power. So I really feel like Disguise have the opportunity to punish in this scenario.
Well, DSG, they are going into the all eggs in our backline carry basket once again. A little different of a look here. At least Xin provides a lot more solid disengage and being able to pop that ultimate and propel any flankers or members that are trying to dive right on top of his backline. And hopefully for Castle, he can at least separate and isolate one member trying to go for Rahel and Darkwings' throat in the backline. But I think overall, if you're a DSG fan, you feel optimistic about Rahel's chances being given the tools to try and survive and carry this game. But for Thrall, the momentum might be enough to continue bringing this forward. We'll find out in this game 3. Let's hit the rift.
Gonna be the Conqueror on the Cassia too, is you do always have a couple options there. Will be the pickup for Cody, as I'm expecting
Minions have
standard
spawned.
lanes here. I think that you really want to lane with the Jinx Lulu into the Sivir. And Sivir into Cassante is only good for so many levels, where if Cassante gets help, you are dead later on. So we'll see if this pick for Hui ends up being a big one. I think that Lulu in scenarios like this can be very powerful. I mean, this is a champion that can really warp the game with Polymorph / Whimsy, right? And as well as that wild growth that can really stymie the engage that Astral going to be looking for in this one.
Glenn's also picked up for Rahel. Curious to see if what his first item will be. Obviously, because this is an enchanter, you might feel emboldened to go for something more aggressive. Wow, Cody taking a big trade against Darkwings, but
yeah,
it's not even a super advantageous one. Just shy of a 50 HP difference, and Darkwings gets a nice burst of damage right on top of Cody's HP bar as well. So this is this mid lane is looking pretty volatile, and Nocturne doesn't have the best ganks pre-6 unless he's able to flash and close the distance there. But for XU, on the other hand, I don't know, Matt. I think after red buff, I'm paying a visit mid lane on my way to the top side of the map.
I would think about it. Oh, Cody's actually going to get the base, and this is one way to fight for an early tier. If Darkwings is able to stop this, though, yeah, Cody's just going to go base, get that early tier, and try and play out from there. But Waving Hell, Darkwing's missing some CS, still managing it okay. That's the thought that Cody had. I don't think he was really able to pull that off, but yeah, that said, I'm with you, Rafa. I think pit stop from XU would have been a decent idea. Doesn't decide to go for it, though. And it will just be Darkwings trying to prevent that early recall from Cody to snipe the tier.
Yeah,
and
I imagine that maybe...
Go.
I imagine that Darkwings maybe was communicating, it's totally fine, you don't need to come mid lane, just take your camps. Otherwise, that seems like an advantage that you could try and exploit. But looks like the minion wave is going to be slowly bouncing back into Cody. You're at least denying him the opportunity to go for that early tier recall there.
Yeah, and I mean, despite the aggressive trading, we did see Cody not quite able to execute things the way he wanted to. That said, Nocturne has quite the quick clear and has made his way into the mid lane ahead of the Xin Zhao. So, I mean, this could be actually walking in the Nocturne here in a second, or there's no smite available for Nocturne. Darkwings.
Darkwings should be able to flash.
He's fine.
Yeah. He doesn't even need to flash because XU is there for the reinforcements. Darkwings finally waits the flash out, and Solid Snake, can he get in range? He gets first blood. At least XU is able to trade it out. Man, I'm a little hesitant to decide whether I liked how DSG played that out or not.
I think it was close. It was quite the flip from Solid Snake, I'll say that. As I mean, it does mean double buffs get refreshed onto the Xin Zhao, which is a bit of a win, if anything. But yeah, I mean, experience being missed by Victor. We'll see if that means anything later on. I think that was a pretty null and void. At least they got Victor's flash. That is something they can look to rinse and repeat here at level 6. But kind of a goofy war that went on at the start. I'm kind of with Darkwing saving his flash. I actually don't think he needed to use it. I was a wee bit surprised that Nocturne had enough power to get through all that.
We'll see if Astral can punish that lack of summoner spells now from this Victor once this Nocturne does ding level 6, which he should be able to do so before Darkwings gets any of those summoner spells back. And I think the onus will be on XU and maybe Hui. Try and set up some defensive vision, or at least just be on the right timers to protect Darkwings from getting exploited in the mid lane. But the first dragon has spawned in the game, and normally whenever you see server compositions, you do have really nice push to be able to set up for an early dragon. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, as top lane is getting super volatile. Summit forced to flash that last Q3. Would have been a solo kill for Castle otherwise.
Well played by Castle, as he gets a small advantage again. Said Cassante, a big pick for both these top laners. Castle definitely plays a very good Cassante in the LTA. He's trying to play that Cassante to earn a spot in the LCS for next year. As you can see, Darkwings really keeping that Cassio low in terms of the health. Again, the poke that Victor can put down, it is an advantage for the Victor with the range. as we have seen Darkwings at least trying to use that with the help of Hui to get out. He is down in XP, though, after the first kill, so I think this is mostly just, yeah, get 6 all the wave, make sure we get a decent reset on our Victor and kind of go from there.
Nice.
It's a good hover from Hui. Whenever you're Lulu and you're able to neutralize the Rakan a little bit and those roams, that's always a win, because if you keep the game stable, well, that makes for a very happy camper for a Lulu later on, because Lulu with doubles can be quite scary.
Yep. Huhi getting super close to killing Winsome, but Winsome able to use all of his HP successfully to hold that wave, even delaying Darkwings' own recall and setting up a decent advantage for Cody to maybe find a timer to look somewhere. Although Cassiopeia roams this early on are not the most threatening to the side of Disguised.
We do have, it looks, Darkwing's not going for the Roa build on the Victor. Looks like to be going for the Torch.
Ooh.
A little bit more early damage from Darkwings, as this is very much a 2-threat comp, but it's definitely important to cite. I mean, look, makes sense against the Cassio. You have a long fight against Cassio. Cassio is going to win most of those. And Torch does a lot of damage if you are able to pick this one up on the Victor. So, looks to be the call from Darkwings.
I also like it just because if DSG had both of their carries playing for super scaling builds, then you're kind of waiting for both of them to come online. Maybe with an early Lost Chapter item, this allows for one of your carries to be an earlier bridge while the other one is still scaling on up. So that, because right now your only early bridge is XU on Xin, and just making sure that these carries are getting farm and getting to the point where they can team fight. And as you called out, Cassiopeia is always going to be a huge late game terror to deal with, as we're about 20 seconds out from the Grubs.
Yeah, Grub spawning, actually kind of curious. Darkwings did the Q evolve first for the move speed in this matchup, so going to try and use those Qs to get a little bit of bonus move speed, maybe space the Qs from Cassio. It's an option, but you can see the laser isn't, you don't have a secondary laser, and he's got 17 stacks. Given the assist, he already had the first evolve for his Hex Tech core abilities, so going to buff up the Q first instead of the E. Definitely a matchup-reliant choice. That said, I also think it is a game-reliant choice to likely drop the Grubs if you are DSG. I say that, and they have still made it up here first and might be looking for a 4v4. If they find an elongated poke identity, it might be okay, as Cody's going to war.
Solid does have level 6 available, but they haven't popped the trigger yet. Cody's forced to flash away. Now Summit, along with the engage of Solid Snake, able to coordinate a dive onto Darkwings' Victor, but Solid goes way too deep. Dies to the turret shot, plus Huhi being able to find the Glitter Lance on top. Is Thrall ending up trading 1-for-1.
Darkwings didn't have the flash up yet, whereas Cody did. That's going to hurt the Victor a little bit, but not a game breaker. Is oh no, Hui? He was trying to hold the wave. He flashes and he's still going to go down. No, he gets
Huhi barely surviving. Sorry, War, if you have to see that. A little anxiety attack there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I gotta say, that is ult and flash down from Winsome. That's a no grub play. That's a big mistake from Astral to actually go for that play. I mean, if you kill Hui, that's, I mean, fine, but that's not worth giving over grubs for. So, like, when it's all said and done, yes, Victor was removed from the map, but this is Disguise getting all 3 grubs. I think that's a huge mistake from Astral to not play for that objective. Going for the kill on the Lulu instead, they wasted a lot of tools and tempo and lost their window to try and fight for these grubs. So that's a good pickup from Disguise.
It's crazy because you can almost see the thought process behind it. XU was too far away taking out the control ward, and so Astral thought, okay, we have the damage window, we can pop this guy, and then we'll have a numbers advantage for grubs. But the fact that he survives, DSG, now the owner of 3 grubs, and now they can shift their attention to this dragon. Ghost pops on the hunt. XU goes in, able to sidestep the grand entrance, now dashes to the safety of Rahel, but still not enough time for him to get out alive. That's the feat of warfare being secured by Astral, and it should be their dragon to claim.
Dragon's still kind of a relegation prize at this day and age versus the grubs. So I think Disguise is still going to be okay with that, but a bit of an oopsie from XU to get caught out there. Again, no flash, no crescent guard, and a good ult by Ghost to make sure they were able to run down the Xin Zhao. So bit of a trade at tempo. As I do think XU is overreaching by looking for the dragon there after the grubs. I think that's a, kind of take your camps, you can give it over and then try and be strong afterwards. Going for both, bit of a mistake there. Solid Snake able to punish.
We'll check in back onto this top side. Ever since our near death experience from Summit burning the flash. He's been able to at least still hold his own in this lane. We know that we said before that this was a nice matchup that Castle was able to lock down for himself with a Cassante. The big thing I want to see from Disguise's point of view is if Castle can continue to take advantage of this lane and be a bigger threat in these team fights, because
yeah, I mean, you're looking to control the Jax. Jax actually starts to scale really hard into this matchup. So Summit, in theory, could be a bigger late game factor. As we do see Paranoia dropped, and that is who he found. He has no flash. He's on the wrong side of the wall, and I think he was going for that control ward, and he's just going to be going down.
Wait. Okay. They're trying to gift it over to Ghost. Nice patience there from Astral, as who he was able to sidestep the Boomerang Blade, but can't sidestep the auto attacks. And now Ghost finds himself 2 kills up in this game 3. A big story of this series and for Astral as a whole ever since this roster was formed is trying to give Ghost the keys to the kingdom, give him these early game advantages so that he can try and help the team close out the games in rapid fashion.
I mean, the Sivir being where she's at right now. The Sivir, again, when you're a big hyper carry like Sivir, if you're able to auto attack, you can do so much work throughout a fight. One of the strongest hyper carries we have in League of Legends. That said, I'm concerned about Sivir's ability to auto attack in these fights. Victor plus Jinx plus Lulu, your identity to play with range. Do what Rahel is doing now. Utilize the I mean, it was buffed up 1 through 9. It's the same range now at 9, but they gave Jinx 20 range on her Q level 1. That's a big deal, and helping make sure that Jinx can get to these big states where, again, like you're likely to go Kraken Slayer into the Hurricane, and those rockets get to hit everyone in the backline, whereas Sivir, if you aren't closing the gap, it can be tough to fight through that. And that's exactly what the Cassante, the Xin, the Victor, the Jinx, the Lulu, all 5 champs are going to try and hold the line and hold that space for the range advantage that Disguise will have in this game with the champs they have on paper. The onus is on Astral to break that. And I think it's tough. I really think it's a challenge to break that later on in this game.
Outside of Astral finding a random 4,000, 5,000 gold advantage, I'm in the same boat with you, Matt, because that has kind of been the trend for Astral in a lot of the games they are able to win. Like, even if the draft is set up for success for them, it does take a large amount of just stat advantages for Astral to be able to kind of just walk in and wallet diff you in these big game moments, where we are about a minute away from Rift Herald spawning, 2 minutes from the second dragon of the game, as the first one was taken fairly late into this game 3. And right now, White Item Spike starting to come online, as you confirmed it. Blackfire Torch is secured here for Dark Wings. This will give him a little bit of extra juice on this first item spike.
So far, 1k gold advantage for Thrall as the plates fall. Summit doing a little bit of work with his pick in the top lane as he blinded the Jax, which did see some buffs. And it's doing all right into the castles. Cassante, I think that Cassante later on in fights, the W can be so valuable, just going unstoppable and peeling for the Jinx. And I feel like that's where DSG, again, they have good cohesion in this one. Because at least, like, we thought they had a somewhat cohesive draft in the last game at Summit. Oh, hold on. Winsom's here.
Winsome maybe linking up with Solid Snake. It's a 4-man dive onto the top side, and just in time as the Rift Herald is about to spawn in the next 6 seconds with all of Astral's forces on this side of the map. This objective should belong to them unless Disguised have something else to say about it.
They got first brick off that, so feet secured. Big deal given they were down 3 grubs, and while Rahel did snipe 1, as the rocket connected on the Winsome, yeah, it's going to be Disguised giving that side of the map and trying to push for the gold they can find elsewhere. As though they will play the bot wave all the way in, getting Dark Wings some farm and kind of getting him back into the game. Again, that 0-2 start for Dark Wings. Some pressure thrown at mid. For sure, as Snake, I mean, he pretty much traded his flash in his life to make sure that Victor died. So Dark Wings at least able to slingshot back a wee bit. As Cassio is going for that slow build with the Roa into the Seraphs this game. And honestly, almost at a double evolve. I mean, again, the Cassio, like this matchup, you can get your farm. It's just later on, these lasers, you weren't tanky enough to really sustain them. And that is where the Disguise comp have to be very disciplined in playing around that Jinx range of 600 plus. If they can play around that, they will have an advantage. If these paranoias, the quickness from Winsome and the Rakan layering that over the top connects on Disguise, they are not able to prevent that. That is where things can get hard and their carries will be vulnerable. And so far, Astral, they're going to have at least a little bit of a gold advantage going into Disguise to help break that range advantage, which will help out a lot, having those extra stats to try and get through. So game state decent for Astral right now. And we'll see what happens with this Dragon, as it looks like Disguise still pretty keen to kind of swap sides of the map and get their farm.
I was actually surprised to see that these guys were not able to set up better vision to be able to just rip the Dragon on spawn. The fact that Astral had enough... Yeah, like they had enough time to be able to take the turret on the top side, make the play, and Solid's ultimate is still back up, so that threat of paranoia is enough for DSG to not even challenge them. So Astral are getting nearly every objective of this game so far outside of the 3 grubs.
They really want to get Victor to that Torch plus Leandri's point, and then they can think about fighting. I think that plus getting Jinx, the Hurricane, honestly, it kind of makes sense to wait and see if you're Disguised. So I feel like they're playing on the timer that's going to be good for them, which, to be fair, is an improvement from game 2, right? They played into the mid-game comp of Astral way too fast, and Astral took full advantage of that. So I feel like the discipline here for Disguise, we definitely saw it in game 1, a steady game pace where they had that defensive identity, was a very winning scenario for them. And it feels like they've kind of gone back to that in this game 2 and have been more respectful of the timers in the first few minutes of this game.
And I know people might be looking at the game and going, but wait, Astral don't necessarily have a mid-game spiking composition because they have scaling in Sivir and Cassiopeia. But we have to go back to what we discussed during the draft phase, is that there's this distinct range advantage. That's where the scaling factor comes in for Disguise in terms of giving them an edge over Astral.
Yeah, Lulu's scaling is crazy too. I mean, the items, the attack speed steroid you can give, wild growth, incredibly valuable champion if Lulu's not dealt with in these fights. So we'll see if Hui can, I mean, we already mentioned Hui. He played mid lane 11 years ago, playing in this promotion tournament, going up against Dignitas and dropping to them in that game 5 against Team Fusion before he even played mid lane for COG and did what he did with his LCS career. Fighting to keep that spot for himself here on the support, maybe trying to channel back some Lulu support, or Lulu mid support hands of the passes. XU
going aggressive on the Ghost, and Summit with the TP flank, or I don't know how he got there, but he just ended up dying. Paranoia goes through, but DSG are still pushing forward through the darkness, and they are the light that are able to pursue Astral all the way to the end. Nice snipe from Rahel with the super mega death rocket, finds the snake in the back line. DSG don't drop a single man. Astral lose 3.
Good fight for Disguise, as again, that defensive identity is easier to keep when you're diving a turret. Summit went under the turret with that flank, trying to find Hui on the Lulu, but he survived with plenty of health to spare. And that attempt on an overreach for a mid-outer turret, I know Summit's that old coach in LS would be disappointed with that. It's a pet peeve of his, and rightfully so, because Astral trying to go for the mid-outer turret, don't find it, and lose a ton. And look at the replay. It's XU that starts the engage. Castle has a very good TP in with Dark Wings, as Summit again went around, and the positioning just wasn't there. The Cassio and Sivir cannot step up to auto under the turret, and they're outrange. It's a lot easier to have that range advantage if you're trying to siege like that. So I feel like the fight that Astral took is severely advantaged in favor of Disguise from the start, whether the turret falls or not. And that is a mistake for a fight, because that's not the identity they're looking for. You want to get them out of the map, out in open space, and then find the paranoias where you have plenty of ways to close the gap. Not under a turret where you're already fighting to get through that damage and don't have the angles given the terrain that you're in that scenario.
Patience is rewarded for Disguise as they opt out of taking fights against Astral in both of those mid-game objectives in the Rift Herald, as well as the second Drake. And they wait for Astral to either get too antsy or too, how do you say, a little too eager to try and start a fight and force the dive in bad conditions that played into the hands of DSG. And it is kind of funny to see how both of these teams are just, hang on, Paranoia. Where's the darkness going? Oh, they're just trying to obscure vision so that XU can't get into the pit. The Otacon being ripped by Astral right now. Winsome doing everything he can to block the front door. And credit to Astral, a brilliant take on the Otacon.
Very good find. They picked up 16 flowers off that. Looking at the experience, well, we can see it. Summit's up, Cody's even, Ghost is up. That's a great pickup from his Thrall. Caught us a little bit off guard here on the desk here, Rafa, as they ripped it, and that Paranoia hiding the info, stopping Axu from getting in between that and the Miasma. That's a big win.
Once again, Estral, even though the dive into the tower was a little ill-advised and mis-executed, they're not letting that get the best of them mentally and bounce right back into playing the strong objective game. Third dragon is about to spawn in the next 35 seconds. Do DSG feel confident to take this fight, or do they want to continue farming on up?
Well, they're going to siege through that wave mid. And yeah, I mean, this pocket is good enough where I cannot see a world where DSG signs up to drop this space. Darkwings is almost down to full level. If they can get Cody to 15, I think that's a pretty nice boost. But we're not really looking at any significant levels that are needed or necessary for Disguise. I think it's just going to be about holding these control wards with the Victor and making life hard. Summit's doing his best to create an angle here, but this is good defense by Disguise so far. Protecting their pocket from mid into here as, a lot being burned. Paranoia.
Rahel could have been the target, but he steps out of vision there. But they're looking at Darkwings, who's forced to flash on the wall. Long growth already used, and now Rahel might looking for the reset. Opens up. Rockets firing from the blaster of Fishbones, but Summit is able to trade one back on the castle. Looking for Exu as he's forced to flash away. Summit tries to flash in, but cannot find the counter-strike. Right on top of it now. Rahel finds his moment. Flashes, gets another reset, and now eyes are all on Cody. Petrifying Gaze, I think, was already used in this fight, so Rahel is going to take caution in trying to challenge the Snake. But it's enough for Disguise to get the numbers advantage and look for the dragon in the aftermath.
Darkwings living with a sliver of HP was so important in that fight. He added so much with the lasers, as the dragon is going to be done on vision but cannot be stopped by Estral. As again, Darkwings living was significant, and you can see in these longer fights, as long as Disguise retreats, they can always use their range, and once his Thrall's big tools are out, their ability to close the gap, it's a lot harder, and that is when the Jinx Lulu can take over. A beautiful example in that fight of how both comps want to play, and it's Disguise because they kept Darkwings alive, and because Rahel has such good positioning throughout this, they win. As the execute comes down onto Darkwings, he gets out with just a sliver. Castle was doing his best to tank everything up, and then Rahel takes over in the back half as the damage that he's able to do. And then again, tools are down, walk backwards, use your range advantage, keep on walking backwards. You got to get through the lasers, get through the 650 plus range of Jinx. You have to get through the Lulu Glitter Lances as well. That's the fight that Disguise wants. They end up finding it in the back half, and they beat up Estral in the fight and take the dragon.
If Estral cannot explode the AD carry or the mid laner at the beginning of the fight, it's so hard to play in the extended trade, which Estral, knowing that Darkwings didn't have a flash after the previous fight, are able to punish that beautifully a minute away from the Baron spawning, as now Estral have the opportunity to establish that line of aggressive vision control in this blue quadrant.
I mean, that's a kill. I don't think they get anything else more, as they're going to lose away for that actually bot. So it's not an awful loss here for DSG, but still it slows down the Victor scaling, which is quite big. Darkwings has been set behind quite a bit. He is almost down 2 levels versus the Cassiopeia. And Victor, I mean, you can be a real force in nature and real tough to deal with in these fights as Victor. If you get going, I think they very intentionally waited for the Victor's Leandres to be done before they looked for fights, looking at how they played around that second dragon, Rafa. They found it a good fight around that last dragon. But yeah, I mean, Darkwings, you got to imagine with all the focus that he has down on him, he's probably got to be looking for his Seekers here next. Either that or Simpen if he wants to try and go Glass Cannon.
It's going to be Darkwings' call to make now for Estral. Having Summit push through the bottom side of the map, has TP available, so does Cody, who is linking up with the rest of the team, trying to feint for a early start and rip on this Baron. You can do it with Cassio and Solid Snake and Ghost, just the 3 of them. But Exu is going to face check. They get vision onto the Baron, so Exu knows that the Baron is being slowly taken down. 4K, are they committing to this? Miasma is thrown down, but he might have the range. He goes in, he's gonna chance it. Here comes the smite! Exu says thank you for the Baron lead! Sheesh! And Cody is in a world of trouble, forced to flash over the wall. Solid Snake in Narnia as he's trying to find a place to safely recall before the rest of Disguise finds that he is behind enemy lines. And Solid Snake knows that the world is coming to an end, tries to take a wolf camp, but Dark Wings also will take his life.
I don't know about that call from Astral. Even if they get the Baron, the fight afterwards is going to be abysmal, as they kind of stuck themselves between a rock and a hard place. And that Baron, not only going to the side of DSG, but also the kills afterwards. This is now a 3K gold lead for a Victor, Jinx, Lulu comp. It doesn't look like DSG is going to look back from that. I really feel like Astral missed out on their windows to push this game forward. And this is just a bad call. This is a desperate call. I don't know what conditions they're making this call off of. And yeah, I mean, while Snake is able to spell shield, Castle getting him out of the pit, he's low. XU finds the Spite Steal. And again, whether that Baron goes the way of DSG or not, you're going to lose at least 3 Barons from even starting it. And that's kind of the break point for whether it's worth it or not. So I feel like a really tough team call there from Estrell. They got caught out pretty bad, and Disguise takes him down.
And now that Disguise find themselves with a near 4,000 gold advantage at 26 minutes, just a minute before the 4th Dragon spawns, they can really take advantage of this Baron buff on their side, try and challenge this tier 2 turret, or at least force the Thrall to respawn on multiple side lanes and continue ramping up this gold lead. Darkness is thrown under cover. Xin Zhao throws himself into the middle of all 3 members. The Wild Growth on top just to stall time. Xin Zhao goes down, but the darkness has gone away for Disguise as they can find a chance to see if they can reposition for a fight. They can always play through a Hell. They can always play through Dark Wings, but Astral have to use this numbers advantage to their success if they want to find a way back in this moment.
Yeah, Hui, just a wee bit disconnected there was the focus, and oh boy.
Flash onto Rahel, forced to pop the cleanse, forced to flash away. Summit bumps him over the head, and as Thrall rise to the occasion, finding the crucial carry to the heart of the backline for Disguise, who he isolated. He's surely going to get the bonk treatment as well. Flash ain't going to do anything against Summit's Jax as he finds the counter-strike under the tower, and the rest of us Thrall able to rise and answer the call that DSG said.
I was critical of Astral's Baron. I don't know what Disguise was doing there. The Paranoia came down while Castle was top without a TP. It's reasonable to try and play 2 lanes with Baron. But then to keep on playing out that lane in the fashion they did, you open yourself up to a big play from Summit, who finds Rahel on the back line, removes the Jinx. Darkwings was so split because he was trying to play the lane up, and Disguise just don't have a good backup plan as to how to play that one out. I feel like they could have played out of that and didn't need to make that play. Instead, they push up, and man, that's a huge punish from Astral. They're back in the game after a moment where after the Baron from Disguise, I thought that was them going to be able to put this one away. But no, we got some more chaos on the Rift.
Oh boy, Matt. That definitely
I think nerves are showing, man. I think that's a nervous call from both teams. Astral making that Baron call and sticking it, and then Disguise losing a member and still trying to play out that mid wave like that. These are high-stakes games for everyone, man. I think both teams just made a pretty tough call there. Deep breath from Disguised. Again, the range, the identity they have, they can play slow, calm, cool, and collected. If they use those tools, it's tough for Astral to beat them up with that.
Yeah, and oh boy. To set even more on top of the stakes and the nerves being shown in this upper semifinal. Hopefully we can get back into game as soon as possible, but this is a tough position, regardless if you are Astral or Disguise. Obviously, Astral, they are relieved to be able to eliminate that gold lead that Disguise had going for them off of the Baron take. And now they find themselves at Soul Point, 1 dragon away from having Chemtech Soul on their side. And even though the range advantage is still a very, very real concern for Astral to have to overcome, all these objectives leading up on top of it, all these buffs, when we talked about how does this team manage to find wins, it's when you get enough stats on their side and they could just brute force and all 5 commit to the dive forward, even if it's not the most cohesive call to make. It's one that all 5 of these team members can consistently at least agree upon in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, what chaos to have a pause now in this game. Just praying that it's not more league server issues as we're waiting for word as to why we might have a pause. We're okay with, overall latency issues is fine. That happens. We're playing remote. servers being down globally is a pretty tough one to overcome for competitive ops. So shout out to everyone behind the scenes as we're signing up for a day that's already longer than possible with everyone back here. And shout out to our teams that are trying to gut it out too. I mean, stakes of this match are high, and things are only getting a little bit more difficult with some things out of everyone's control happening on the Rift. But we're just going to hop into some replays to see how we got to this game exactly, as it was a lot of focus put on the Dark Wings early on that was a pretty big difference maker for this one. But it's been a Thrall really showing some grit, some fight. I mean, we got to give some kudos over to Solid Snake, who I feel like is putting together another good map on this Nocturne. He's made some really big plays and finding some big timers for his team, making sure that they can find a numbers advantage and utilize those paranoias to max use.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of criticism that was thrown towards Solid Snake's way during their playoffs run against STM Tigres. A lot of the broadcasts we were talking to kind of unanimously agreed that Matas over from STM Tigres was the tournament or the playoff MVP and finals MVP, being able to find a significant, consistent advantage over Solid Snake. But the fact that he's been able to step up his play overall and show why he is a longtime player, a longtime veteran, and very renowned player from the LLA, the Latin American region, is being able to show up and show the poise and the leadership necessary alongside the rest of this Astral Esports roster. This team was built only for one goal, and that is to promote. Anything else is unacceptable from this roster. And if Astral are able to continue to find more clutch moments, just like the one we saw, this could be a result that we were not expecting, quite frankly, coming into the beginning of this series here, Matt.
No, I mean, I really felt like going into the day that Disguise was going to be the team to beat in this tournament. But, hey, you never know what happens when you hit the stage. The stakes are high. The pressure's on for the LTA North team to defend their spot. And if you can't make the right decisions in the moment, I mean, it doesn't matter what happens as we go from pause to pause, which is a bit of a bummer. I was hoping to get back into this one and avoid some of the issues that we may or may not have seen earlier. Which, again, League has been experiencing some server-wide issues across multiple regions. I'm sure it might have impacted some of your games at home. It did yesterday, as I tried the duo with my good friend Kangas, and we couldn't find our second. We couldn't find our second win of the night, man. Game one was so easy.
Darn.
And he had a solo queue bat to, like, try and hit diamond, and now they figure that out and they're just trying to stop him. He's too powerful.
I don't think they need a server to stop that from happening.
No, they don't. But it's okay. It's the thought that counts sometimes.
You know what? I will say, if Kangas put in a solid 300 to 400 games, he can get there. I believe in you, buddy.
300. That's the number that we agreed on. Anyway, we got to get back into this one, hopefully when we can. But again, just hoping that we have a couple of short pauses just for a few, remote ping issues, and not a scenario where we're getting up out of our chairs to, have elongated breaks, as the scene over in the Astral house is worrying me just a wee bit.
Beautifully timed moments here on the broadcast, as Cubby may have unintentionally caster cursed in a way
realized in real time we're getting up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's been a hell of a day so far. I will say, I mean, for either of these teams, especially, I feel like it's very appropriate that chaos ensues. I started the day off with the nostalgia of seeing Hui back in an LCS promotion tournament, right? Going back to his time with Team Fusion. That's the first time I saw Hui and became a fan of him. I didn't know that I would also get the nostalgia of one of the first competitive matches that many of us watched at home, which would have been COG EU versus Team WE from Season 2 Worlds, as I feel like the issues that we're facing today, the same issues that we faced back in Season 2 League of Legends, and the series that gifted us the gift of Silver Scrapes, Rafa.
But were they playing remote back then, Matt?
Well, yeah, actually the solution of what happened and what they had to do, because just the tournament and those servers were getting DDoSed, is that they had to play it at a secret time in a secret location, and then they pre-recorded it and then showed it live.
Oh,
That's what actually had to happen with that series.
I did not know this. Okay,
I'm an old
so,
head, man. Yeah.
I mean, I'm low-key an old head too, but I came into League of Legends esports the season after. Spring 2013 was when I started watching competitive League of Legends. I think I've told you before, the very first game I watched was Wild Turtles' debut on TSM. So
Oh yeah, this was after you. Yeah, that's right.
But that explains why I do not know anything about
That's fine. That was a banger.
World
Yeah,
season
that was
2?
at Worlds. It was held at PAX West. So they
That's
actually had
awesome.
like on location. They were playing on the PAX West stage. And yeah, that's how we got Silver Scrapes. I think they tried to play game 2 of that series like 4, 5, or 6 different times. They played it on 3 different days in the end. I am seeing someone scrubbing the YouTube VOD behind. Interesting. Well,
Hopefully we can get back into the game shortly, folks, as we're in the same position as you. Not much information known about what's going on, and just hoping for the best. I think one of the fun things I've enjoyed, despite the delays so far, Matt, is communicating back and forth with some of the LRN casters who are doing their coverage, the Spanish coverage of today's series. And we are empathizing with each other and, so como se dice en español, sufriendo unidos, united in suffering.
I will say, I mean, personally, I enjoyed the updates that we got from Drago, one of the casters who was not working today. And he was like, yeah, I went to a pizza spot and I got served. Are you guys back yet? And it's like, the pizza looked good. I got to say, I'm kind of jealous.
Oh, hang on. From Prod.
Cameras. Okay. That was the update. Yeah.
Got you. Not sure if this is a sign of things to come. Got you. Okay. Well, folks, we're going to be throwing to a break, and we will try to return as soon as possible. Again, thank you for your patience. Hopefully see you soon.
Giant like a titan, ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers, standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we can touch the sky, we can make the sky, we'll make the rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us. Yeah. Hands to the sky as we enter the arena, wild animals. Realize we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky. We're flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire. We will blow your mind. We're gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We can touch the sky. We can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we're gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We're soldiers. We're heroes. We're fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We're gladiators, world dominators. Yeah.
Every battle leaves a scar and I will wear it. Channel the energy, I can feel it in the air. No limit to what I can see or be, I swear it. I live to tell my story. You won't tell it for me. So catch us if you can. You don't need a plan. You would need an army. Oh, oh, oh. We're burning to the to the ground. We're burning to the to the ground.
Hello, everyone. Again, apologies on. Unfortunately, the server issues are still plaguing us here, and it is causing the series to be delayed. Unfortunately, I do not know when we will be able to resume the series. Here, we are still doing everything we can to resume, as we would prefer to finish the series today instead of delaying it further. But as of now, we will be going on an indefinite break, and hopefully we can share more news as soon as possible. Thank you.
Running through every block, we cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the date. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, hey.
So don't you tell me about no tears, no pain. No fear, no gain. 'Cause I know what it feels like to touch the bottom. But when the time is just a moment away, live another second wasted. You make it count so you control your man. No, no, no tears, no pain, no more excuses. So don't you tell me about no tears, no we're bullied to the keeping on dream, winning all in it, push limits. We burn it to the ground, the ground. Decide my own fate, won't look back again. My way, raise the stakes, and I won't back down. Watch it burn for the hell of it. Watch it burn right to the ground. To the And every step that we take goes the way that we want. And there's a lesson in the pressure and the way that we want. A certain act of passing the time or the rising of suns. It's not about what you became, it's about what you can become. And everything I used to think is not a matter of fact. Just don't break, don't be fake, and never sit back. And when they hate what you got, it's just you got what they lack. And when they praising you to your face, keep watching your back. Touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We score the fight, we will blow the night. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. Put our lives on the front line. Battle to be king like a giant, like a titan. Ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors. Rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers. Standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting
stars, we are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us, yeah. Hands to the sky as we enter the arena, wild animals. Realize we're hyenas, blood pumping, waiting for the enemy, the battle's coming. We're creating our destiny, open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now, we're going for gold. This time is for heroes, a new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt, boom. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah.
Just write the checks. I am the one and I'm coming next. I'm always right cause I never left. So you should bow down and show respect. Stacking the weight, mounting the pressure enough on my plate. Moving the muscle, I'm making my way. Leaving my opponents in disarray. You didn't know what you're learning today. Learning today. So you wanna try me? Nah. You know I get grimy. You're not gonna tie me down. So how do you like me now? Now is the time. The iron is hot and I'm ready to strike. Finding my flame, I ain't dimming my light. But haters gonna hate and play with your psyche. Them man don't like me. stop to give in. Never gonna try to reach up for the stars. You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt, take, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh my, you better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No line, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. Never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
Everyone, we are resuming the series, hopefully without any more lag issues. We also want to make you all make one thing very clear. We're aware of other things going on. We have made Riot aware of that too. They now know, and we've been told to continue the broadcast until everything is sorted out behind the scenes. So until then, as broadcasters, we're going to do our best to hopefully continue this Game 3 as we seem to be jumping back into this best of 5 between Disguise and Astral. A lot to catch up on in case you might have forgotten what was going on in this Game 3 here, Matt.
Yeah, well, we have the range identity of the Victor and the Jinx going up against Istral and trying to make sure that they can keep them at bay as the dive has been sound. And coming out of this one, it was a massive fight from Summit that did win them the last team fight as Disguise overextended after their Baron. And as we're back on the Rift, buck 20. And so we have another Baron coming out on the map. And the gold advantages for Disguise, they all pretty much sit in the hands of Rahel, who is their big late game carry, who will be empowered by this Lulu, and who needs to be kept safe for the next fight because Summit took him out in the last one.
That's right. And that is always going to be the goal for Estral. Eliminate the prime carry from Disguised before they're able to ramp up in the fight, give Rahels those resets on this Jinx. We'll see if Disguise can play a better job of being able to defend their backline carries, as you called it. We don't have another objective for quite some time. 50 seconds on the Baron. That is why Astral taking up post on this top side now.
All right. I mean, if you're Disguised, I think the fact that Rahel has a flash available, that's your most important cooldown moving forward. LDR, 4th item completed, as Rahel is 1 full item ahead of Ghost on the Sivir. And using the range of the Jinx, the power of the Lulu, that has to be where the hopes of DSG lie as they try and win out this game. While until we get Baron, it will be a soul available for Astral when that one spawns, but at the moment, we're looking at this Baron, and Exu is going to lose his Crescent Guard quite early, as I think that one was a little bit preemptively casted.
Good first Thrall to be able to find that ultimate tool used.
It's a big one.
Disguise now down a good knockback tool that could have been used to deflect any divers onto Rahel or Darkwings. Yes, you have to be careful. Exu, no more Crescent Guard, as he has to be the one that face checks and walks first into this vision that is not on their side. Astral are sending it. Solid Snake goes deep into the back line. Winsome follows up, but Rahel has the Wild Growth and the Cleanse. Still has a flash. Summit was trying to threaten with the flank on the right side, but cannot get there in time. And now Summit is forced out, and Exu is holding the line beautifully. Ghost super low. Exu goes back in. Shut down. Coming in from the DSG jungler. Finds a triple kill. That's the X Factor right there, coming from the jungle position. As Summit sends it a little too late. Might just go down. One more auto attack. The Zonias only delays the inevitable, and DSG will take this Game 3 win.
Crazy pause that we had, but DSG with 5 members strong looked to be wrapping up this game. It was back and forth, but in the end, dare I might say, Rafa, ball don't lie. This guy is going to be able to take this one off the backs of their hyper carry in Rahel, as only Cody and Winsome are here to play defense.
Cody and Winsome will do everything they can, but it's a 2v5 against an empowered Jinx. Petrifying Gaze only stops what is not going to be inevitable for DSG. The ace comes through. Game 3, locked and loaded for DSG. They're going to match point.
All right. Let's pray that no more server issues hit us here, Rafa. It's been crazy. If you guys are still with us, it's been a crazy day, but a back and forth series for sure. Props to both teams here for staying strong through the pause, and extra props to Disguise, who came out, resumed that comp identity, and were able to find the win on the back half of that one off the back of Rahel.
I have never seen any players so excited to jump out of their seat, but understandable from the POV of Disguise and Rahel as they finally...
APA made a sprint every single game to the bathroom, all right? We got to be excited to get up and out of there. Talk about the team environment there. I know they got a review room in the other room. Disguise is going to be looking to take notes after that one about what could have went better. But still, I mean, this has been a back and forth series. I do think Astral has made a couple of really nice plays in terms of these dives early on, but we have really seen them stick to dive. We have seen this defensive identity emerge for Disguise. They try and hold the door and protect their hyper carry in the last game for Rahel. The one game that went sideways, it felt like Castle and Rahel were on roles we're not used to seeing them. The 2 games where we have seen Disguise play the roles we're used to seeing fit that team of 5, it hasn't been one-sided, but it has gone their way in the end.
DSG being able to clutch up when it mattered, and still, in these scenarios when you don't know when you're going to get back into the game, I think just props to DSG for being able to lock in and carry through their win conditions well on this Game 3. They now find themselves at match point, 1 game victory away from being able to advance and take on Luminosity in the upper finals. We're going to cool down for a minute. We'll see you, hopefully, on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to break down the ending of that game 3 and kind of talk about what are some of the things that went right for DSG and what are the things that Astral will be trying to look forward in the rest of this series, as it is a pretty dire situation for the LRN representative here in this tournament.
Yeah, backs up against the wall now, down 2-1 to Disguised, who were able to put together that map from start to finish. And look, I think it was off of better team play from Disguised as a squad. I do think that we saw them slip up in a few moments, but never break in this one. As I mean, going back through this VOD, I think that the way they played around Baron, the stall with the Otacon, even though they lost it, was quite sound. And Disguised, I mean, those few minutes of time that they bought in this game, that was time they could have really used in the last one, going back to game 2, Rafa. As Astral were really able to snowball that one quickly on Disguise. I thought they did a much better job of playing the pace that their comp needed to play for this game 3, as they ended up coming out on top.
And once again, I know we talk about it a lot for this series, but the two big star carries we have been eagerly waiting to see how it turns out has been between Rahel and Ghost for Disguise and Astral, respectively. When you consider that Ghost picked up MVP for the LRN regular season, and Rahel being noted by a lot of us here on the broadcast team and on many voices behind the scenes as potentially the best player in this tournament. It really is a clash of the strongest forces you have on both of these squads, and in the 3 games that we've seen so far, it really has been them at the forefront of it.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Rahel was the big carry in this one. I think shout out to Huhi as well. Did a very good job playing this Lulu. Got Darkwings out of 2 fights in a row. Keep in mind, the other one that was played by that Dragon Wall that summits around right then, Darkwings was able to sneak out of that one with the help of Huhi as well. As that Lulu, again, really solidifies your scaling identity. And oh boy, can you see that damage being pumped out by Darkwings and that poke and that damage from Rahel that was coming into the team fights. Very, very big for the side of DSG, and they were able to slow that game down enough to get to the pace that they wanted to and needed to be at to win that game.
Even though we kind of heralded Rahel as the big carry that DSG were trying to do their best to protect and ensure that Astral were not successfully diving, credit to Darkwings, he was getting picked out a lot, and he still boasted the highest damage by the end of this game 3. It just goes to show that Astral's instincts in trying to at least eliminate the victor early on was probably a good thing to do, since all the deaths still didn't matter. Isaac Darkwings Chow still pulling through his own weight on the good old champion of Arcane.
Yeah, main character energy there for sure for Darkwings, as that victor helped him get to that 2-1 victory. It has been pretty back and forth again this series. We both thought it'd be 3-0 or 3-1 Disguised, and I think even with the score being 2-1 Disguised, this has been a closer series than what we imagined going in, Rafa. I think a lot of members of Astral stepping up. I know that it wasn't a win there for Solid Snake, but hey, I think the Nocturne and the Lee Sin the last 2 games, I mean, Snake has been really getting things going for his team and helping Astral get a couple of leads here and make things interesting. We did see Ghost able to carry through 1 lead, whereas Rahel has gotten the better of them for the series so far, but Astral been competitive. And while we've definitely have seen some of the holes in their team play post 20 minutes, where this team is not as good as they are in the first 20, we have seen them get leads against Disguise, which is significant.
For Astral, this is still a roster that boasts an impressive pedigree, and even though we were favoring Disguise heavily going into this series to be triumphant over them, I think it does speak to Astral strength where they are able to at least find those advantages. And it just comes down to, past the 20-minute mark, how good their coordination is, how good is their adaptability and being able to identify in the heat of the moment where to go, where to coordinate, where to be able to sync up. And that is something that has continuously plagued Astral ever since we saw their playoffs run, and being exposed by the Tigres and even Conviction Esports finding moments to get wins off of them in that play in best of 5. Taking a look at stats overall, obviously this is another story where Ghost is able to get an early laning advantage, and the question just comes down to, can Astral rally behind that advantage and actually translate that into a snowball through the mid game that Astral can actually close out successfully?
Yeah, and look, I mean, this Jinx later on, I really feel like that Jinx Lulu. It's so funny to me because, you know, racking our heads back to the first split of Fearless, Rafa, where a lot of teams were trying to figure out comps you can play later on. Jinx Lulu really emerged as a late game combo that, I mean, even covering the LPL, Hope and Kyle were using that a lot on Anyone's Legend. We saw teams really stick to Jinx and Lulu. We also even saw teams like Blue Water use this very well. I think that Blue Water was really smart with how they used the Jinx that Array was playing. They played it into Yunara, as that's a matchup you can also outrange, and they did so very well into the Sivir with kind of a similar idea here for Disguised using the Victor and the Lulu. So props to Ido and the Disguised team. I know that draft is always a team effort, but definitely think that was one of the big boons they had going for them when they did take C9 to 5. This, of course, is a very different patch since then, but they were still able to play it out well. And, you know, even Darkwing's, like, yes, he was at an early game deficit with Rahel, but still being able to pull together and pull things back and play out the identity your comp needs to play. That's the kind of stuff that can separate a pro team from a tier 2 team, right? And that's the kind of stuff that you would assume Disguise would learn throughout their year of playing in the LTA North and having that big advantage of playing in the Pro League.
Yeah. Well, folks, there was a reason why we only mentioned that we were just going to be breaking down post Game 3, because the rest of this best of 5 will be resumed tomorrow. Unfortunately, the instability of the servers have been far too inconsistent. So I think it's just best for the competitive integrity of this series to just resume it tomorrow, when we're hoping that the servers are a lot more stable.
Regardless of what you thought, Riot thought so too. So please stay tuned with us tomorrow to catch games 4 and 5 of this series. We'll have a full update on the LTA North Twitter later on that I'm sure the socials folks and we're working to copyright behind the scenes. But if anyone made it to this point of the stream, thank you so much for tuning in and supporting the promotion relegation tournament. Obviously, these guys are going head-to-head in crazy competitive matches, and for them to stick it out throughout the pause along with the rest of you at home speaks to the dedication that everyone has to this space. So very appreciative, as well as everyone working on this behind the scenes, because it's a great pain for them. We just deliver the messages. I can only imagine what they're going through right now with the servers and trying to sort everything out and more.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, thank you to the bottom, from the bottom of our hearts, to everyone at home, being able to stick it out, and hopefully praying for server stability tomorrow, and we can see the conclusion of this best of 5.
Oh, tonight, man. I need Ewa. Yeah.
That too. Well,
I posted my solo queue rank earlier. It was not as good as it used to be. I might need to fix that for ego's sake, you know?
Well, yeah, that's a you problem to figure out.
It's always been a me problem, yeah.
Again, thank you all, and have a good night. See you tomorrow. DSG, enough times they're able to prove their performance is try and defend the remnants of their base from falling, but DSG should have everything cut out for them. Beautiful flash follow from XQ, finds Ghost and knocks them off with the steadfast presence. Ghost forced to flash away, able to survive, and now Cody's in trouble as Rahel continues to push the game forward, dashing in and gunning down Cody. It's Thrall down to only one member to defend the base, but I don't think it's going to be enough. DSG wrapping up game 1 in our best of 5.
You know, outside of that Rift Herald fight, like that topside fight, that was really the only big oopsie that Disguise made. I think giving away that potential angle
should be fine, be able to link back up with the rest of the team, but Cody's gonna look for the charm, doesn't find it on XU, forced to flash over the left wall. Solid Snake goes in, and he is gifted a free buy, and that should be it, folks. Cody, one last Spirit Rush charge, gets another reset, and it's just too easy for his Thrall. Finally finding the snowball, finally finding the team fight win to close game 2 out.
All right, folks. Well, if you waited around that long, you've at least been rewarded with the series, as Astral able to convert their Game 2 lead into a victory. And for Disguise, they need to go back to the drawing board. I think the tank
that face checks and walks first into this vision that is not on their side. Astral are sending it. Solid Snake goes deep into the backline. Winsome follows up, but Rahel has the Wild Growth and the Cleanse. Still has the Flash. Summit was trying to threaten with the flank on the right side, but cannot get there in time. And now Summit is forced out, and Exio is holding the line beautifully. Goes super low. Exio goes back in. Shut down. Coming in from the DSG jungler. Finds a triple kill. That's the X Factor right there, coming from the jungle position. As Summit sends it a little too late. Might just go down. One more auto attack. The Zonia's only delays the inevitable.
draws that we had, but DSG with 5 members strong looked to be wrapping up this game. It was back and forth, but in the end, dare I might say, Rafa, ball don't lie. This guy is going to be able to take this one off the backs of their hyper carry in Rahel, as only Cody and Winsome are here to play defense.
Cody and Winsome will do everything they can, but it's a 2v5 against an empowered Jinx. Petrifying Gaze only stops what is not going to be inevitable for DSG. The ace comes through. Game 3, locked and loaded.